period within which the court matters relating to impeachment shall be concluded. A live broadcast brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. My name is Barasa Mwanga. Your sign language interpreter this afternoon will be Kellen Mudhoni, and on behalf of the entire crew, we welcome you to follow the proceedings. Good afternoon.
God, who in wisdom and goodness have appointed the office of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests are committed to our church. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Member for Voi, why don't you take your seat? See, the member for Matungulo is just next to you. You can talk to him while seated. Honourable members, as you may recall, on 25th of September 2019, the chairperson of the Select Committee on Implementation gave notice of motion on the status of the resolution of this House made on 6th of June 2019 regarding the approval of nominee for appointment as the Kenyan ambassador to Seoul, South Korea. Honourable members, I wish to inform the House that I have since received a letter from the chairperson of the same committee requesting to withdraw the same notice of motion and the related paper laid to allow the committee to incorporate additional information relating to recent developments on the matter. The committee undertakes to resubmit their report in the course of this week. Honourable members, standing under number 51, subsection 1, regarding withdrawal of notices of motion, provides as follows, and I quote, "A notice of motion may be withdrawn by the member who gave the notice, but notice of the same motion may be given again either by the same or by any other member." Close the quotes. Honourable members, in this regard, and pursuant to the provisions of the same standing order, I have acceded to the request by the mover with the understanding that the committee shall table its report and give a fresh notice of motion on the matter in course of this week. The notice of motion and the related paper laid before the House now stand withdrawn. I thank you, honourable members.
Order number 3, messages.
There will be a message that will come in due course. Let's proceed.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
The chairperson, Departmental Committee on Labour and Social Welfare. or the vice chairperson? Is it the vice chairperson? Yeah. Proceed, Honorable Joyce.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of this House today, Tuesday, November 26, 2019. The report of the Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare on its consideration of the National Youth Council Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2019.
Very well. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, November 26, 2019. Report of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock, the inquiry into the challenges facing the Coffee Research Institute, 2, the Crops Amendment number 2, Bill, National Assembly Bill number 32 of 2019, and finally, Honorable Speaker, the T-Bill, Senate Bill number 36 of 2018. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee. The Honorable Ichongwa. Well, the paper is too important. I don't know. I've gone through it and I've approved it. I don't know why the chairman is not himself present. I can see the member for Kikuyu making his way in.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 26th November 2019. Report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the supplementary estimates for the financial year 2019-2020. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
The Chair, Agriculture and Livestock Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock on its inquiry into the challenges facing the Coffee Research Institute, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, November 26, 2019. Thank you.
Chair, Budget and Appropriations Committee.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the Supplementary Estimates 1 for the financial year 2019-2020, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, November 26, 2019, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 223 of the Constitution of Kenya, Section 44 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, PFM Regulation 40, and Standing Order number 243 approves 1, a reduction in the total recurrent expenditure for the financial year 2019-2020 by Kenya shilling 799,017,004 shillings in respect of the votes as contained in the Schedule 1. 2, an increase in the total development budget for the financial year 2019-2020 by Kenya shillings 50,569,213,543 shillings in respect of the votes as contained in the Schedule 1, and 3, an increase in the total budget for the financial year 2019-2020 by Kenya shillings 49,770,196,539 shillings in respect of the votes as contained in the schedule. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
First question by the member for Maragua, Honorable Miriam Wamaua.
Thank you, Speaker, for the chance for me to ask this question to the Cabinet Secretary for Industry, Trade and Cooperative. One Roman number, whether any audit has been or is being undertaken on all food processing companies in the country, including the quality assurance system in place in view of the recent discovery of contaminants such as aflatoxin in food samples in the market. 2, what measures has the ministry put in place to ensure that quality assurance system in all food processing companies are continuously improved and monitored to safeguard the quality of food items being consumed in the country? Thank you, Speaker.
Well, question referring to the Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives for response. Next question by the member for Fafi, Honorable Abdikaim Mohammed Osman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This goes to Cabinet Secretary. Could the Cabinet Secretary confirm the existence of negotiation between the Kenyan Pipeline Company Limited, KPC, and the National Oil Corporation of Kenya, NOC, regarding the sale of NOC Nairobi Depot? The second question, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why KPC intends to venture into a retail business in the oil industry and what this pretends for NOC operations? The third question, when will KPC commence operation of the bulk LPG handling project which was set up at the Kenya Petroleum Refineries Limited in Mombasa?
Well, the question is referred to the Departmental Committee on Energy for reply. Next question by the member for Alego Songa. Honorable Atandi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask question number 512 in today's order paper. And the question is directed to the CS Cabinet Secretary for Treasury. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain whether the tax amnesty introduced by the Finance Act 2016 to allow Kenyans to declare assets and income held abroad, as well as for repatriation purposes, was a success as at close of the amnesty period? Number 2, could the Cabinet Secretary give a list of persons and companies whose applications were received and approved or declined? Question number 3, what was the value of each application approved and the total value realized from the amnesty? Number 4, what was the impact of the amnesty to the overall performance of the economy? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Well, question referring to the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning for a response. Next order. Member for Bumula, you have an intervention.
Intervention. No, it's okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last week I raised an issue concerning the questions I had asked almost 4 months ago without any response up to date. And you indeed directed that the Leader of Majority will be providing the response today. So I don't know, up to date, I've not heard anything from the Leader of Majority nor the ministry.
Which committee?
Interior. Security.
The chairman is right in front of you. Honorable Koinange.
I'll be happy to receive the response, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. His question was brought to the committee, but he never appeared on that particular day, but I can give him the answer to that question.
Who did not appear?
The Honorable Member?
The Honorable Member?
Yes.
He did not appear?
No.
Honorable Mwambu, you know, when you don't appear, when you have asked a question and you don't appear, then you may not know that it has been, an answer has been provided. What would be your reaction? Yes?
I have never been invited to appear before the committee, Mr. Speaker.
No, the committee does not have to invite you because every Thursday, the leader of the majority party reads out the number of questions to various committees, and when it is that the cabinet secretaries or whomever is scheduled to appear before the committee to reply. So it's up to the members who have asked those questions. And indeed, the leader majority even reads out the name of the member who has asked a question. So the committee does not have to invite you.
Mr. Speaker, we receive communication, and at times we appear in so many committees. So at times, if you receive communication and you are told the minister is appearing that day or that time, you will arrange yourself, Mr. Speaker. I didn't receive any communication, or I didn't know when they are sitting and when the minister is appearing.
No, but I am telling you that the leader of majority every Thursday announces. So every member is supposed to be in the chamber to take note of those appearances the following week. So that now I think the best thing is to approach the chairman. You will discuss with him when it is that the cabinet secretary appeared, and if he appeared, what kind of answer he gave. Because if you are not present, then there is nothing you can do. Honorable Koinange, you want to say something?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As a matter of fact, this time, because of your directive last time, I asked my clerk to call every honorable member to come for a question and answer. And I also took trouble and I called all the members. And I didn't get some of the phone, they were not available. But those ones who were available, I gave them messages and they came for the questions and answers.
So you can discuss with him and find out what answer the cabinet secretary gave. Honorable Dawood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would want to know, give directions whether if you are in a committee, can you ask a question to the same committee who you are oversighting?
There's no
because
harm.
we've been told earlier that we cannot.
Honorable Dawood, question time, even in the former system, you could ask any question, whether you belong, the cabinet minister would be one of those ones whom you oversight, because when you sit in committees, it's not necessarily that you are asking questions. So there's no harm in a member who sits in a committee asking a question to be responded to by the cabinet secretary whose docket the committee oversights.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair Agriculture, you want to say something?
Yes. Honorable Speaker, I also wanted to know what is the fate of my question, which I rose in the floor of this House to ask, and which you effectively directed to the Committee on Energy about an issue of oil exploration in Mandera Central. Honorable Speaker, at some point I was asked to appear before the committee, and the CS showed up. Honorable Speaker, I want to know from the Chair Energy what is the fate of that very question, because oil exploration is a very important economic activity, especially in Mandera South. And so we really need some urgent answers to this question. Thank you.
Honorable Gikaria.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to tell my colleague, yes, it is true. The Cabinet Secretary was invited, and the member did show up, but the Cabinet Secretary, Petroleum, Honorable Muñez, did not show up. And we have equally made that, in that respect, we have asked Honorable Muñez to appear before us next week on Thursday before recess. He was, when we got in touch with him, he said that he got the invitation late, but I think it's just an excuse. He has although we don't have so many questions related to petroleum, but he has not appeared. He only appears when we have supplementary budgets and the budget. Most of the time, again, he doesn't appear, and we have always equally told him the same, that now will be. But the last time we were with him last Tuesday, when he came for the supplementary budget, he did commit that he will be there coming Thursday. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Haji, Thursday, you can avail yourself. Member for Alego Usonga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wanted your guidance on a question which I raised here last year, which was directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Labor. And Honorable Speaker, when we appeared before the committee, the ministry was represented by the CAS, Chief Administrative Officer. Honorable Speaker, the answer which was given was not substantive, was not appropriate. And the committee dismissed the team and asked them to bring a fresh answer. Honorable Speaker, since last year, December, that answer has not been brought. And I've been prodding the chairman of the Labour Committee to engage the ministry for another additional answer, but that has not come. So I wanted to ask you, Honorable Speaker, to direct the chairman to invite the CAS to come and give me appropriate answer, because the answer which they brought, Speaker, was dismissed by the committee.
But you say the question was asked last year.
Yes, asked last year, and
so, and you know that was that session. Questions are sessional.
But
this session began in February. So, Honorable Atande, I think you may not have known that. Again, it is the standing orders which explain these things. But questions are sessional. We've only made some little reservations for bills. But even then, a bill may not go for 2 sessions. So that question, having been asked last year, it must have died with that session. So it is not capable of, you cannot go to the graves now to dig it. Maybe you needed to have asked it afresh when this session began.
Chair.
If it is still something that you feel is pertinent and needs some response, I think what you could do is to revive it. But of course, looking at the calendar of the House, you run the risk at this late stage. You run the risk of, again, the question dying with the session, with the end of the session.
Speaker, because the team promised that they were going to bring a written answer to the committee, which they have not brought, I thought that maybe the chair, the committee can just follow up for the answer.
Last year?
Yes.
He promised last year?
Yes.
That promise is also dead. If it was made last year, it's not, it's not capable of resurrection. But my advice would be, unfortunately, you are raising this issue. And Honorable Atandi, I know you are a very, very regular member, always in the chamber. I thought this is a matter you should really have raised a little earlier, so that at least the House can get to know what it is that you are pursuing. Because now, knowing the calendar of this session, which goes up to the 5th, if I tell you to file the question again this week, chances are that with the end of the session, it is likely to suffer the same fate as the other one. So maybe what I could advise is don't forget it, so that when the new session begins, at least you can revive it. Member for Kilifi North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the same, you made it very clear that a question can not lapse. You made a position that when you're a member of a committee, you can actually ask a question. What about petitions? Can you petition a committee that you sit in? Because in the past, I've been told I cannot petition my committee of lands.
Nothing wrong with a member petitioning. There's nothing wrong with a member petitioning because, you see, the issues you'll be petitioning about, I would imagine, would issues that affect your constituents or the people or whomever, other special interests, as the case may be. So if the committee cannot, of its own motion, begin any inquiry, if the committee is not persuaded that maybe because you sit there, you persuade them to do some inquiry on the matter, then you cannot, your right to ask questions or even petition cannot be denied on account merely that you belong to that committee.
I did a petition some time ago and I was told, no, you cannot petition your own committee. The clerks told me that, and therefore I had to ask someone to do that on my behalf. But I said, why wouldn't that? Because I represent my constituency and I have a right to petition, to give a petition if my people have told me to do that petition. But the direction that was given by the clerks is that it's not possible to petition your own because you actually sit in that committee. And I think this is the communication that has been made to several members of the House, including our Mboko Milemba here, who says he was a victim of the same. Yeah, thank you.
I'm being informed, Honorable Ba, that what you are informed was that you can petition on behalf of the people, but not on your own behalf. The two are different. We'll look at it. Is it for... Sorry, honourable members, there are too many interventions. Honourable Emanuel, you also have some intervention.
Yes, sir. Honourable Speaker, I think we are all in the same, a number of us in the same dilemma of delayed responses to our requests for statements. I asked a statement on the delayed construction of Lodwar High Court about 5 months ago. And the response was to come from the Judicial Service Commission. And I've been to the table office severally, just checking if the written response has come. Thank you, sir.
Which committee, sorry?
The Judicial Service Commission.
Written
the
reply?
Justice.
Written reply?
Yes.
Very well, the clerk's office is directed to write to the Judicial Service Commission to give that written reply. Member for Mwaya, you also have something?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, thank you. Related to the issue that Honorable Baya has just talked about, I also found that we are really limited in terms of what we can do. So, the clerk still told me that I cannot do a statement, sort of statement, from the Minister of Education simply because I'm a member of the Education Committee. And Honorable Speaker, I was forced to give it to Honorable Chonga to do it. Well, he did it very well on my behalf, but I find it a limiting factor. And I even came to you to beg you to try and get an opportunity to speak about it, but of course the laws and the rules of the House are to apply. So I could not do a statement get a statement myself from the Ministry of Education simply because I sit in the Education Committee. I thought I was really limited. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
it on behalf of somebody else or on your own behalf?
This was on behalf of both myself, people, and groups of people. Honorable Speaker, whom I represent.
Unfortunately, Honorable Mboko Milemba, you know, that if you look at that, just look at that starting order 220. Yeah. 220 clause, subsection 2. You see, 221 reads, a petition to the House shall be, A, submitted to the clerk by the petitioner and reported to the House by the Speaker, or B, presented by a member on behalf of a petitioner with the consent of the Speaker. 2, notwithstanding subsection 1B, a member shall not be eligible to present a petition on his own behalf. But you've just said on your own behalf and on behalf of others.
But Speaker, that is... No, Honorable Speaker, it was not really on my own behalf.
Well, you're the one who has said it. Oh. I'm sure we can check the answer.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would wish to retract on that particular one. It was on behalf of the people.
Very well. But that now, I think now that makes it clear, isn't it? Sorry, Honorable Ntoimaga, you also have an intervention. Where is the member for Samburu North? He's not even there. Oh. He placed an intervention and I think left. Honourable members, I had indicated that answer message which I was going to deliver. Honourable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 42, I wish to convey the following message from His Excellency the President regarding the launch of the report of the Task Force on Building Bridges to Unity Advisory. Honourable members, following His Excellency the President's appointment of the Task Force on Building Bridges to Unity Advisory, via Gazette Notice number 5154 of 24th May 2018, His Excellency the President has notified that there will be a public launch of the report of the task force on Wednesday, November 27th, 2019 at the Bomas of Kenya, Nairobi at 10 a.m. Honourable members, His Excellency the President has personally extended an invitation to all members of this House to the launch of the reports. I thank you, honourable members. No, you know, I will, for the convenience of the House, allow the member for Kapenguria to make some comments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request for general members' statement on a landslide disaster in West Pokot County and other parts of the country. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 43, I seek leave of the House for the purpose of discussing the landslide disaster in West Pokot County, in particular, Sigor and Pokot South constituencies and other parts of the country. Honorable Speaker, on the 23rd November 2019, landslide disaster occurred in West Pokot County, which resulted in a loss of lives of over 60 persons. Honorable Speaker, many are yet to be found. It is unfortunate that there is a lot of suffering and some affected and injured persons are undergoing treatment in various hospitals. Further, it has led to displacement of families, where a number of over 500 households are homeless after their houses were buried or swept away by floods. The community have lost all their properties that include food in stores, gardens, livestock, and their valuable land. Honorable Speaker, affected families are now camping in schools, churches, and other facilities far from their villages where houses were submerged. They are in their need for government take urgent measures and intervene to ensure that the affected areas in the Sikor and Pokot South constituencies and other parts of the country is made possible by construction of roads, bridges, and other ways that will assist them to be reached. They are in their need of food, shelter, medical, and clothing. Currently, the schools and other social services, such as hospitals, has been adversely affected. Honorable Speaker, it is for this reason, and with your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, that I seek leave of the House in order to discuss the state of the landslide disaster in West Pokot County and other parts of the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Moroto, do you have the numbers? Very well, very well. I think you can resume your seats. No, I don't have to count. You're already too many. You certainly are more than the numbers required. And given the nature of this statement, I will allow that the Honorable Moroto will then move the House to rise to discuss this matter at 6 p.m. Then I need to give a sufficient time, not the normal 30 minutes. So 6 p.m. So Honorable Moroto, make sure that you'll be in the House. And I think some of these places where you say is other parts of the country is made passable by the construction of roads and bridges. Not possible, it is passable. I approve. Next order. No, there are 2 minutes. There are two. Honorable Ishongwa, what is your request?
Honorable Speaker, with your indulgence, I wanted to comment on the message that you just delivered and indeed appreciate the gesture by His Excellency the President to invite members of Parliament for the launch of the BBI report. Honorable Speaker, I was astounded the other day when I received a message from my county commissioner. And you know, Honorable Speaker, I only work for the people of Kikuyu, and I am not under any county commissioner myself or any deputy county commissioner. Therefore, the right procedure, Honorable Speaker, is what now His Excellency the President, through you, has done to invite members of Parliament in a respectful manner through your office. And Honorable Speaker, we will honor that invitation now. I had declined to go to Bomas on the invitation of a county commissioner, Honorable Speaker, because that probably will be taking me back to the Nyayo days where county commissioners, DCs, and other people were the ones taking us to places. But I do appreciate the invitation by His Excellency the President, and I think moving forward, Honorable Speaker, we should encourage the executive to use your office in dealing with members of parliament, Honorable Speaker. And I also wish to support the statement by Honorable Moroto on the unfortunate incident, as I also send my message of condolences to the people of West Pokot County. And Honorable Speaker, it's also astounding that yesterday...
You know, now you are debating.
Well, I was only noting my concern, Honorable Speaker, that there are government officers, Honorable Speaker, who claimed that they could not access parts of that county where even the media were able to access, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I support that statement, Honorable Speaker, and indeed, it must come because it's also coming at a time where we are approving supplementary budget estimates. We must be able, through the chair of the Committee of Internal Security, to scrutinize the budget and what the emergency response funds that we appropriate as a House to the Ministry of Interior and National Coordination does in safeguarding the lives and protecting the lives of Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, with that, I thank you.
Very well, very well. Member for Game, what is your intervention?
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to your statement.
Which one?
You indicated that His Excellency, the President, has invited members of this House for the meeting tomorrow. Does that mean that tomorrow there's no sitting in Parliament? But having said that, I wanted to advise my colleague that the government has many channels as a matrix of communication.
Now you see,
so one of them, one of them is through the district commissioners.
Honorable Chieng.
So,
Honorable Chieng. Order members, order. I want to, honorable members, I want to encourage you to, now that we are about to take a recess for this session, to thoroughly go and look at your standing orders. Now that message cannot be subject for debate, really. So let's not get there. I know there could be some excitement out there in the villages and in the streets, but please, let us not bring that one here. So that here we just deal with the issues that are with us here. There's no debate. Member for Nairobi County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand on a point of order regarding the conduct of a member. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 107, I wish to raise a matter regarding the conduct of a member during House sitting on Thursday, 21st November 2019, where a member threatened to use violence against another member.
Honorable members,
Honorable Speaker.
I can't hear when this.
Yes. Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Passaris, yes, please.
Honorable Speaker, the standing order provides for tenets of disorderly conduct carried out in the House while parliamentary proceedings are ongoing. I'm raising this on a point of order 107 and 107A, which addresses the conduct of business by honorable members of parliament. Specifically, Standing Order 107 and 107A provide for the procedures of dealing with disorderly conduct where a member threatens and use of unparliamentary language. Honorable Speaker, the said member, despite having threatened to punch a colleague, when I requested him to retract his statement, he went on to threaten me further and use unparliamentary language. I believe that this was a gross misconduct. Honorable Speaker, I would like to bring to your attention that Kenya, being a signatory to the United Nations, we as a country are taking part in the 16 days of activism in collaboration with UN Women, which is an annual international campaign that kicked off on 25th November 2019. The International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women and runs until the 10th of December 2019, Human Rights Day. In this regard, I also implore you to support this international campaign initiative through sanctions on such kind of unbecoming conduct. Honorable Speaker, I therefore request that you find the member as having been out of order on that particular date. I further request that you use your powers within the meaning of Standing Order 107 and 107A to apply the appropriate sanctions on the member. I would therefore wish that the House address this concern. I stand guided. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Which member do you have in mind?
Honorable Speaker, it's the MP for Kimilili, Honorable Didmus.
Now, honour members, have you been able to find what the Honourable Barasa said from the Hansard?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I have the Hansard here. Would you like me to
Please read it out.
Okay, it says, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Passaris, Honorable Didmus Barasa, Kimilili JP MP, what are you doing? Stupid, I can punch you. Honorable Miss Esther Passaris, Countywoman Rep Nairobi ODM, who do you think you are? You cannot punch me. Honorable Didmus Barasa, Kimilili MP, who are you? Why are you accusing me? For what purpose? You are becoming unruly. I will, stupid. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Passaris, I will not allow disorder. Honorable Passaris walked to the Speaker. Get away from me. I have not called you. I am calling you to stop grimacing at members. Can you go back there? Thank you.
Very well, very well, very well. Very well, honour members. I have also looked at the Hansard, a copy of which I have. Indeed, the Honourable Barasa must have been a very lucky person, because I think many of you decided to consult very loudly, such that I could not hear all these things that are captured by Hansard as having come from the mouth of the Honourable Didmus Barasa. Didmus Barasa, you know, when you say that, when you call another honourable colleague stupid, then you threaten to punch. You say, in fact, it is shown that you even drew the attention of the Speaker. You say, Honourable Speaker, I will punch this lady who is making noise to me. I think you must have been an extremely lucky person on that day that you purported to draw my attention to the fact that you wanted to punch, because that is terrible. That is threatening. You go on to say, what are you doing? Stupid. I can punch you. Honorable Barasa. You see, I think because of the noise that was generally around the area where the two of you ordinarily like sitting, I could not hear all these things. But now that the Hansard has been brought to me, Honorable Barasa, I will caution you, Honorable Barasa, against the use of any such language in the House, against threatening a fellow member, and call upon you, Honorable Barasa, to forthwith withdraw these remarks and apologize to the House. Indeed, you should apologize both to Honorable Esther Passaris and to the House. Because, here the answer shows that you are actually calling us stupid. This is not honorable at all. Honorable Barasa, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I apologize to Honorable Passaris in the House and withdraw, and I invite her for dinner today, 7:30 in the evening. Thank you.
No. Honorable Barasa has done exactly what he was required to do in the first instance. If you look at that 107, talks about in the first instance. So, unless somebody has other issues, the Honorable Barasa has complied. And I can see they appear to be now smiling at one another. That is what we should encourage. Please. Let's proceed. Let's proceed. You know, you can only do what the standing orders say. Yes, and Honorable Barasa has complied. No. You know, don't draw me into those other arguments about, don't tell me about what the world what is saying, what, that we deal with what is before us. Yes, not about, is it you are telling UN women for something? No. That's not what I'm dealing with here. I'm dealing here with the standing orders. And indeed, as I've said, I did not hear because there was too much loud consultations. Let's move to the next order.
Order number 8, the Insurance Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 50 of 2019, second reading. Question to be put.
On the members. You can take a seat, Honorable Caleb. Take a seat. This is the Honorable Agoi, who seems to be a bit mobile. Honourable members, debate on this bill was concluded last week, and what remained is for the question to be put. The chair of the committee having also tabled the reports on the bill. And they have put the question that the Insurance Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 50 of 2019, be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Insurance Act.
Honour members, let me make this announcement. The business appearing as order number 9, being a committee of the whole House to consider the Nuclear Regulatory Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2018, which was listed as at the request of the mover, the leader of the majority party, who has engagements elsewhere, has requested that it be taken out of the order paper for today and be considered tomorrow afternoon. I have acceded to the request, and therefore the House will not consider that business appearing as order number 9. Proceed. Next order. Honorable Gekaria, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Speaker. I totally concur with the request which was done by the mover of the bill, but at the same time, Honorable Speaker, is also right for the majority leader to be bringing to the attention of the committees. Like today, we had stopped other engagement, and we confided ourselves to this matter, but we accept, and we look forward to the date that it will be put, then we can be able. But it's also important for the majority leader to bring to the attention of the committee so that we can also, otherwise today we would have also looked at some very critical issues that had come up in the supplementary budget 1. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Well, it has to do with that other message which I communicated earlier, his absence. As you can see, both him and the majority whip are not in the house. So we move to the next order. How many people are complete?
Order number 10, the Gaming Bill, National Assembly Bill number 38 of 2019, second reading.
Honourable members, the following members had contributed to this bill. The mover, the Honourable Victor Munyaka. The seconder, Honourable Lemaine Ole Corey. Thereafter, the Honourable Oduor, Honourable Shamala, and Honourable Osotsi. The House adjourned without any member having a balance of time. And therefore, any member is at liberty to contribute to this bill. The Gaming Bill. If I look at the request, member for Funyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, to give me the first opportunity this afternoon to contribute to the bill. Honorable Speaker, this is an important bill in view of the happenings in the country, in view of the addiction the young people and a few other people have towards gaming, gambling, and related activities. Honorable Speaker, the bill is an eye-opener for many of us who have shunned these kind of activities. Reading through the definitions, reading through the provisions, at least we come to understand what is this MUNISA called gambling and gaming is concerned with. Honorable Speaker, as I stand here, I stand on behalf of very many distressed parents, very many distressed spouses who have lost their children and their spouses to gambling and gaming. Honorable Speaker, in the recent past, when you go to most sports, most joints, or most sporting activities, you truly do not get sports funds, but you get investors. There have been very many cases where university students have used their school fees or their money, pocket money, to gamble away and leaving families distressed and everybody in that matter. It is therefore important that at this particular moment in time, we must thank the committee for having come up with such a comprehensive bill to deal with the issues to do with the gaming and the rest of activities. Honorable Speaker, it's a voluminous bill, fairly extensive. Of course, there are a few issues here and there that are coming out very clear that we'll have to address as a team when you go to the committee of the whole House. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, to mention some of the issues that obviously are coming out very clear that require to be addressed. Honorable Speaker, the main issue is the composition of the board, known as, under Clause 7, the composition of the board. Honorable Speaker, it would seem the board is heavily tilted towards government mandarins to an extent that's actually a government-controlled body with very little input from other bodies. While looking at it, or the object of the bill seems to have a shared responsibility between the national government and the county government, looking at the composition of the board, it would seem is more or less heavily populated by the national government, therefore defeating the very objective of the bill. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the bill, it requires that the Council of Governors only appoints one person, then there are other three persons who come out of the government. Out of a committee of almost 11 persons, you only have about 3 or 4 that can really be seen to be independent people to guide the government in administering the act when it becomes the act. Honorable Speaker, of course, curiously, under Clause 8, it calls for the appointment of a person to be chair of the board who holds a university degree in relevant field from a university recognized in Kenya. Honestly speaking, Honorable Speaker, I'm not so sure the many years have been in the university system whether there is any degree that teaches gambling and the management of gambling and related issues. These are some of the issues, when we come at the committee of the whole house, we must really ensure that we correct at that particular time. Honorable Speaker, it is a fact that gambling and related activities have got numerous side effects, have numerous negative effects. I would imagine one of the requirements for licensing should be a social impact assessment. And therefore, I would imagine that when you go to the functions of the board and of the authority under clause 10, would really require that one of the functions of the authority is to evaluate and mitigate the negative effects of actions or activities contemplated under this bill once it becomes an act of parliament. Honorable Speaker, again, as it's typically becoming, in order to comply with the Constitution, there's a requirement under clause 16, Honorable Speaker, that requires that the appointment must comply one-third gender rule. However, Honorable Speaker, the question that we need to pose to the Kenyans and the people and everybody at whole, how do we then mitigate or balance the issue of merit? We hope the issue of merit will not be thrown out of the window to achieve the issue of one-third gender rule. Honorable Speaker, it's also common practice now that each organization or each authority or board should have a company secretary who shall be the custodians of the company seal. That's some of the failings or the shortcomings of that particular bill. Honorable Speaker, now when we come from Part 4 or Part 6 onwards, it deals with various lotteries, both national, and deals with various matters relating to lotteries. Honorable Speaker, while the intention is good, I personally have issues with the distribution of the funds that are collected by this through the process of national lottery. Allowing a whopping 25% of the proceeds to go towards operating expenses, Honorable Speaker, that are necessarily too high. The standard practice all over in a fund like that shouldn't exceed 5%, so that the balance of the money should go towards the intended people and should go towards servicing or meeting public functions for which it was intended for. Honorable Speaker, again, the issue of the validity of the national lottery having a whole 7 years, yet it would seem the structure of our constitution, even constitutional office holders hold office for maximum of 6 years. We need to look at it clearly so that we ensure that we comply with the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, as I have said, there are quite a number of provisions that will require to be addressed. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, allow me to make a comment on the issue of the fund as provided for under clause 89, which resets the National Lottery Distribution Trust Fund. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the membership of the Board of Trustees, again, it seems to be heavily tilted towards the national government. Principal Secretary responsible for matters relating to gaming or designated representative. Principal Secretary responsible for National Treasury designated representative. Honorable Speaker, a Board of Trustees, as has been the practice even among pension funds, is to minimize the influence and the control of the promoters or the national government, so to speak. Honorable Speaker, I would suggest at that particular time, we need to review the same. Again, a requirement that a person through or either a spouse, immediately family members, or anybody related to the management of the authority shall not sit in the fund, then it means it's a contradictory given to the other matters. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, it is important for us as a country to accept that gaming and related activities are here with us. It is important for us to regulate the same, govern the same in such a way that does not destroy families. Honorable Speaker, the trend as it is now, gaming and gambling, so to speak, has had a very serious negative impact. I would request the committee that before we go to the committee of the whole house, the committee should be gracious enough to give a social impact assessment report of the impact of gaming in this country. Honorable Speaker, they are making a lot of money. It is important they invest that money, part of that money, into alleviating the negative impacts of gaming. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support the bill, but we'll have to improve on it at the most appropriate time. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Yembe Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this important bill. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, let me thank my chair and my colleagues in this committee for having sat and worked on this bill for several months and crisscrossing this country and even outside the country so that at least we can perfect the same. And Mr. Speaker, I'm happy this important bill has landed in this House, which I urge my colleagues to support and pass so that we can reform the gaming activities in this country so that we can put in place the necessary and the required structures to control this particular industry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, initially, it had been the feeling, and it was also the feeling of the members, that we can do away with this gaming and gaming activities. But when we went on research and we went down to look into it critically, we found this activity is here to remain. It's here with us. We cannot run away from it, especially that now we have this what we are calling online gaming, or the current modern times which you are in. We cannot run away from it, so that, therefore we want to formulate a bill which will be able to address what the modern technology and also put controls into the own gaming activities. Mr. Speaker, I would like this House to note that whatever laws which have been governing gaming in this country, they are, if I may put it, they were outdated. And therefore, the mushrooming of so many games, mushrooming of lotteries which were not cultured, mushrooming of what we were calling Chinese boxes, they came in because of that loophole in that we didn't have this particular law. But this law now, once it is in place, it will tame those unscrupulous business people who wanted to exploit that lacuna in our laws and bring in their own games, which are already started affecting our children, affecting households, affecting families, and even making some people poor, and introducing our children into activities which they are not supposed to be in, Mr. Speaker. And this one has been brought up because the board, through the authority, will be out to make sure that whoever is licensed to do this business as to pass through all the tests of time which are already laid in this particular bill, and I believe my chairman spelled most of them when he was moving the same. And also, those who will be playing these games, they need to, they are also their conditions. Especially minors are not allowed to do the gaming. We have minimum amounts which you should use to play, because initially, they have been playing even with 20 shillings and maybe 10 shillings and 5 shillings. That's why children ended up going stealing eggs and stealing sugar or something else to go and sell and go for the gaming. But already there's a tag which has been put whereby it will curtail these vices and for the children not to be involved. The bill is involving the county governments, Mr. Speaker, because they are the custodians of what happens in the rural areas, to identify the premises which will be licensed, to identify and verify if they are really where they're supposed to be, and more so, to govern or to check those who are defaulters or who are breaking the law and they are brought to book. Penalties have been put by this bill at high notches, Mr. Speaker, and this was done deliberately so that whoever breaks this law will have to pay heavily, and therefore it will be a deterrent measure to make sure everybody conforms to whatever is supposed to be done. Mr. Speaker, also the board, the bill is also giving out, or it has spelled out, the monies which are collected through taxes in these gaming activities. There is some fund which is supposed to go to public participation, so to help in social activities, and especially and more so in sports, because this is a sport. So we need a fund. Out of the taxes, there will be a fund which will go and support sports in this country, Mr. Speaker. Knowing very well, Mr. Speaker, we are deficient of funds to run our sports. The government itself is not able to cater all the needs of our sporting activities in this country, whereas we know this country is a sporting country with very many talented youths, ladies and gentlemen, and more so, we are even getting embarrassed in outside countries when we don't afford to cater for our to cater for our athletes. More so when we have people who have been having serious businesses here, but because there was no law to make them pay these taxes and to channel the same taxes correctly to where they were supposed to do this, we have been suffering that problem. But this law is going to put in place a portion of its of the earnings to help in running the sports in our country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the bill has also introduced an appeals tribunal, so that if there's any dispute between maybe the people, there's a dispute maybe by the government officers or the authority or the licensees or even the participants or the players, there is a tribunal instead of going to the judicial or to the law courts. Then the bill has established a tribunal which will be listening to these complaints, and once they are listened to, they will be easily sorted out, and if there's any penalty or if there's anything which if the wrongdoer, if he has to pay anything, it is done quickly and quickly and expediently, so that we don't keep on running up and down in the corridors of law to make to get litigation. Mr. Speaker, we have also the bill has also put in place that the members of the board will be charged with the licensing and overseeing these activities, will be involved in getting going to see those people who are maybe bringing in unauthorized games, those who are playing at the wrong places, and we have put in a clause in that policemen, they will only be accompanying these people to go and do the arrest, because they are the ones who know what they are really looking into. Initially, we used to have policemen, they go, or chiefs, they go, they pick those gaming boxes and equipments, they take them to the police station, and they didn't have any law to prosecute the same. Or others, maybe, when they do it, they were not sure if they are doing it the right way or not. But the members of the board will be trained, they will be equipped with the facts and the requirements of this law to put, once they are doing arrests or when they are trying to charge somebody, they do it when they are within the law. And Mr. Speaker, we have also, the bill has also put in place clauses to govern the mode of advertising on this or in the media. Mr. Speaker, you realize that most of our media, television and even the radios, they have been spending most of their time advertising on games until we almost made this country a gambling country. People, instead of looking at other important issues over the TV and in the radio, they have been waiting to hear which game is being played where or who won what, so that you can be enticed to do the same. This one has been checked by the bill, Mr. Speaker, and therefore there will be times to do these adverts, and more so, there will be also limitations in to what extent you should display the winners or the losers or the amounts they have gone. In that case, Mr. Speaker, we will reduce that affinity to run into gambling, which we know is a vice, which can be very, very tempting and more so disruptive within the community. So all these features have been put in, Mr. Speaker, and as a committee and as a member of the committee, I feel the input of this House will be very important. We have not sealed it. The bill is not sealed, as some of the speakers have said. There is a window to improve it more, and that's why we have brought it in this House, Mr. Speaker, so that at least members can also debate the same, and also punch holes into it. And when you come to the conclusion of the same, we'll have an excellent bill to run the gaming activities in this country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Didmus Barasa. Didmus, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support this bill. Honorable Speaker, this is a bill whose time has come, and as a House, we also have time to suggest amendments and even improve it further, Honorable Speaker. I say so because there have been existing a lacuna in terms of functions of the county government and national government, Honorable Speaker, but this bill seeks to provide an elaborate way of apportioning the responsibilities to both national and county government, Honorable Speaker, so that the two levels of government will now, going forward, understand where they are responsible so that we can improve and manage or rather regulate this gaming industry, Honorable Speaker. I'm also happy that this bill also seeks to bring into existence a gaming regulatory authority, because every industry in this country, Honorable Speaker, must be regulated, Honorable Speaker, and this authority is going to ensure that the gaming industry is done within a particular manner, Honorable Speaker, so that we can be able to protect the very many citizens of this country, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it's worth noting that there is no country that has prospered through gaming, Honorable Speaker, and that the introduction of gaming in this country has even contributed to the dwindling education standards in this country, because school-going children have been wasting most of their time gambling in the markets, Honorable Speaker. We have even had wrangles planted in families where a member of a family spends the income of the family that is supposed to use to buy food, Honorable Speaker, but they engage and indulge in gaming, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, because this industry has not been regulated, Honorable Speaker, we've had even some betting farms, some gaming farms coming up to defraud Kenyans of their money, Honorable Speaker. But going forward, even if we will, gaming is going to continue, but it's going to be done in a regulated framework that will ensure transparency and punch out the fraudsters in the name of gaming, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this bill also is going to give an opportunity of our law enforcement agencies to be clear in terms of arresting those gaming and gaming firms that will not be able to follow the law. Because we have had a problem in the recent past, Honorable Speaker, where while the society was condemning gaming, but there is nothing that the police could have done because there was no law. As you are aware, you only arrest a person who has broken the law, and you can't break the law that doesn't exist. And therefore, this bill seeks to streamline the security operations when they will be moving around to ensure that every gaming firm, anybody who will be engaging in gaming without a license, they should be able to be arrested and brought to book, Honorable Speaker. With these very few remarks, I support, and I did want to confirm that I will be bringing in more amendments to be able to make this law better than it is, Honorable Speaker. So I support, Honorable Speaker.
You know, he's already finished, so there's nothing about Honorable Sankok.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to commend and to contribute and to debate on this very important bill. Honorable Speaker, when I first saw the gaming bill, I thought of a game, and I thought of games like football and other very legitimate games. And since, Honorable Speaker, before I became disabled, I was a very good footballer, I was very interested, and that is why I've really read through, but I have not seen any football. Honorable Speaker, but gaming and gambling, Honorable Speaker, is an addictive game that have destroyed families, have robbed families of school fees, have robbed families of food, and in some instances, have even robbed families of entire investment. So, Honorable Speaker, when there is a vice in a country, Honorable Speaker, the only best way we can do is to be able to regulate, because we may not be able to control. Because apart from the physical gambling that we see, there is also the online gambling, which will be very difficult as a country to control if we don't regulate and put regulation and laws in place to make sure that we benefit as a country from such gambling, Honorable Speaker. Then there will be online gambling where the government may never even be able to benefit, but nonetheless, they will still be gambling. So, Honorable Speaker, I support, not entirely, but because whether I support or not, it will still go on. Honorable Speaker, there was a day I was even suggesting that we should legalize certain profession like prostitution so that we can, the government can collect some revenue from it. Because whether it will legalize or not, it will still go on. We know what is happening at night in Kenya. It is all over. That is why we have hotels and lodgings, Honorable Speaker, and the government is not collecting any revenue from it. If it actually legalized and collected revenue, we may be having 500,000 sex workers in the country. If we collect even 10 shillings per day from each of them, Honorable Speaker, we'll have a lot of revenue. That is 5 million per day, which translates to billions in a year. And with such economic times, Honorable Speaker, it could be another source of revenue for our country to try and balance our budget instead of cutting some budgets from the county government and others. Honorable Speaker, therefore, I do support this bill, but I was specifically attracted by the formation of the board. Honorable Speaker, as a House, we have formed so many boards. We have so many boards. We have passed the formation of so many boards, Honorable Speaker. This is still increasing the wage bill that we are trying to control in this country. If it was possible, it would have been just a department in a ministry responsible, Honorable Speaker, because we have all manners of board. Or, Honorable Speaker, we can still merge a few of these boards, Honorable Speaker, so that we can save on how much we use in terms of wage bill and operational costs, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the board also, it is as if the government is the one for spearheading this particular gaming bill, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and according to Mwongozo, why we have boards of state corporations or of authorities is to try and bring the know-how and professionalism of the private sector so that the private sector can meet with the government, Honorable Speaker. Because if you are already working in the government, you already had an opportunity to implement whichever laws that you think are better for Kenyans. But for the private sector to be able to implement certain laws, they come in terms of boards of state corporation. But I see this board is totally and almost entirely made up of people working in the government who had an opportunity. So I will bring some amendments so that we have more inputs from the private sector, Honorable Speaker, and from independent board members. Especially, since it affects youth mostly, Honorable Speaker, we will even include people from our learning institution. We can decide that the SONU chairman will be a board member. That is a student organization of Nairobi University. Honorable Speaker, you know I was a SONU president at one time. Even Babu Owino here was a SONU president at one time. He was for 4 years. But for me, I was only there for 7 months and I was suspended, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we can decide that either there is a structured channel in which we bring in our students to sit in this board, Honorable Speaker, even students from high school so that they don't finish the school fees in gambling, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I've also seen that it does not have a representation of persons with disability. When we are talking of inclusion, Honorable Speaker, don't think that it's only those who are without disability who gamble. I also gambled once, and I lost terribly. Honorable Speaker, and lost a lot of money. So I will also want the input of persons with disability so that they can also protect their fellows when they meet in meetings, Honorable Speaker. They can be able to advise them. Honorable Speaker, the last part is that I really do support so that we can control this gaming and gambling institution, because they are making 99.999% profit. Honorable Speaker, at least they will be giving the authority books of accounts so that we can at least minimize, because the normal profit is normally 30% and below. But what they make is exorbitant, Honorable Speaker, is like a pyramid scheme, Honorable Speaker, that is actually a fraudulent act and depriving Kenyans of their hard-earned cash. Honorable Speaker, with those very many remarks, I support. I'll bring my own amendment so that we can enrich, because our work as members of parliament is to enrich and to come with a very progressive law that will think of today and even in future. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Now, Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance also to support this important bill. The gaming bill, Honorable Speaker, is a bill, I think, which is coming quite late. This bill should have been there a long time ago. And this bill is very important, Mr. Speaker, because it is going to provide the legal framework required for this important sector. Because this sector is now mainstreamed in almost all parts of this country. Mr. Speaker, looking at the bill, there are quite some interesting aspects of this bill, and what I'll call some important also clauses in this bill, which is going to help this important sector. Mr. Speaker, the first issue in this bill is the setting up of what they are calling the Gaming Authority, which to me, together with the Gaming Appeals Tribunal, does provide what I call the institutional setup for purposes of controlling this important sector, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the Gaming Authority, it is very clear who will be sitting there, what qualifications are required of the board members. And looking at the composition of the board, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that we are going to have the level of competence expected of such a board so that they are able to control this important thing in this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, gaming in this country is actually being practiced all over. And to some extent, even though it has benefits in terms of generating income for the country, it has also the bad side of it, Mr. Speaker. And what has happened, just to protect Kenyans, this House has even gone ahead to increase the taxation rate, Mr. Speaker. I remember the other day it was effected where now people are paying 20% in terms of tax, Mr. Speaker, implying that as Kenyans and as leaders in this country, we see this sector as a sector, if not controlled or regulated, it could cause a lot of social harm to this country. So, Mr. Speaker, when I see this bill, and I see the whole issue of Gaming Authority being in place, and also having a Gaming Appeals Tribunal, whereby those who operate in this sector, if they feel like they are not really their interests are not being addressed, they can appeal, Mr. Speaker. To me, that is very important. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, is important in this bill is the issue of licensing. Licensing those who are participating in gaming, Mr. Speaker. And what is very important, Mr. Speaker, is that now, for you to be licensed, you'll also be required to identify a premise where you'll be operating from, Mr. Speaker. And that is very important, Mr. Speaker, because what has happened, anytime we go to the rural setting, Mr. Speaker, and we are going around in our constituencies, you realize even the smallest bars in towns have actually some gaming machines, Mr. Speaker. And what is happening, this does expose our children and those who are already in primary schools to start participating in gaming, Mr. Speaker. And when you look at what is happening, Mr. Speaker, I think the issue of having licensed premises, Mr. Speaker, is going to some extent control who participates in this sector, so that we don't have every Tom and Dick, Mr. Speaker, participating. To me, I think that is going to help this country, Mr. Speaker, because we'll be able to generate money in terms of license fees, Mr. Speaker.
Honor Makali, just the member for Embakasi wants to raise on a point of order. But you have removed, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What's your point of order?
Honorable Makali is talking about the issue of the gaming influencing some of our children positively, Mr. Speaker, and negatively. And I would like to say that this issue of gaming, number one, it is for adults.
Are you rising on a point of order, or you want to contribute?
Mr. Speaker, I want to shut down his point because he's
Shut down. There is no procedure like that one in Parliament. Go back to the university and learn. This is not,
okay, it is a point of information.
It's nothing like shutting down.
It's a point of information, Mr. Speaker.
You don't give any. He doesn't want your information, so you can't just. This is not university. Please, Honorable Babu, I've always encouraged you to look at, and you have such a bright future. Eh? Just look at the standing orders. You will. I'm sure you'll make a very good parliamentarian. Some years to come. Where? By who? No, I know you are going to learn, but you are going to learn even this, because I know you are very good when you're out of the house. There are certain phrases that you like using out there. Those ones you are very good at, but here, please, I want to encourage you to also participate here. Yes. Proceed, Honorable Makali.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at times you have to understand Honorable Babu, because it takes time to master these standing orders at times. So we have to understand him at times, Mr. Speaker. And as you are saying, Mr. Speaker, I would want you to encourage him to also spend time in this house so that he starts learning how things are done in this house. Mr. Speaker, what I was saying is, the issue of licensing the premises where this gaming activity will be taking place is very important in this country, Mr. Speaker, because it's going to control or regulate the whole excess of gaming, Mr. Speaker. The other important point, Mr. Speaker, in this bill is the issue of county governments now having a key role to play when it comes to gaming activities, Mr. Speaker. What has happened, Mr. Speaker, most of these activities are taking place in the counties, Mr. Speaker. And you realize that in the past, the county governments have not had such huge role in terms of controlling or participating in these activities, Mr. Speaker. So now that we are bringing the county government into play in this important activity, Mr. Speaker, what will happen, even in the Ruto setting now, we'll also have some control in terms of what is happening, Mr. Speaker. So the county governments will also be licensing premises where this gaming activity will be taking place, Mr. Speaker. And to me, that is important because they can also go to an extent of controlling who goes in there. And Mr. Speaker, I like the arrangement of the casinos, where even to go into a casino, Mr. Speaker, you either pay a fee if you are not a member, so that it's not everybody who just goes in. And in that case, Mr. Speaker, you find that casinos in this country have, to some extent, controlled the gaming activities to only the right category or the right target, Mr. Speaker. And I think this element of, Mr. Speaker, of bringing the county governments in this bill, so that even as we do the gaming activities, that the counties come out clear and say what should be done in the counties, Mr. Speaker, that is very important for this country. The other thing which is important in this bill, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of the online gaming licensing. So that, Mr. Speaker, we know so many people in this country are actually engaged on online gaming, Mr. Speaker. And this is not a secret. Most of the university students, most of the students who have just left in colleges, even, Mr. Speaker, some of the people who are working are engaging on online gaming, Mr. Speaker. And what is happening, Mr. Speaker, with this bill now, there will also be licensing of online gaming activities. So that, Mr. Speaker, through that, the country will be able to collect some money as a result of that licensing, Mr. Speaker, and at the same time, they will be able to monitor what is even happening online. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to say, this online gaming, Mr. Speaker, has become also, to some extent, a problem, actually, in most offices. Because you find there are so many employees, Mr. Speaker, who spend time engaging on this online gaming instead of doing productive activities is led to their work, Mr. Speaker. And even though, Mr. Speaker, there is this general feeling like at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, when you engage in gaming activity, you will win, Mr. Speaker. Game theory and all statistics, Mr. Speaker, has shown that gaming activities, the people who benefit most are the owners of the gaming machines. It's not the people who are engaging in gaming, Mr. Speaker. And I think with that note, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to say that this idea of monitoring and licensing the online gaming is also very critical, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other important bit in this bill, which I think I want to support, is the issue, Mr. Speaker, where we are saying, when it comes to gaming and advertisements, Mr. Speaker, there will also be a control so that it's not every time, Mr. Speaker, as you advertise these gaming activities, Mr. Speaker, it's just not a free-for-all. It's a situation where, Mr. Speaker, these gaming activities are also controlled and regulated. And actually, one of the interesting things, Mr. Speaker, is as you even do gaming and advertisement, Mr. Speaker, you will be expected to pay a gaming tax, an advertisement tax, Mr. Speaker. And the proposed amount is about 35%, Mr. Speaker, for undeferred. Meaning that, Mr. Speaker, anytime you advertise, then there will be collection of money which can be used in this country to support other areas or other sectors of the economy. In that case, Mr. Speaker, engaging in these gaming activities, in a way, you'll also be supporting other economic activities like improvement of the health sector, improvement of education sector, and also the infrastructure like roads, energy, Mr. Speaker. And to me, that is important because of the addictive nature of gaming, Mr. Speaker, very few people don't really mind about the tax component of it. They go ahead, Mr. Speaker, and engage in gaming activities, not minding much about how much tax they can pay. To some extent, you can actually categorize this as sin tax, Mr. Speaker. That the more you tax, the more you're able to collect, because people don't really care about the tax, because there is that addictive nature of the activity. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say this bill is very good, and I want to urge my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, to support this bill as we move forward, so that we have a law which is going to regulate the gaming activities. With those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Member for Nandi.
Honorable Speaker, I stand to support this motion on gaming bill. Honorable Speaker, there will be need of establishment of gaming authority, and when the gaming authority is in place, it will establish and the registered gaming activities in the country, and when they are established, if there are any gaming activities which have been approved and are illegal, the owners may be involved in money laundering, child trafficking, the authority will deal with them. Honorable Speaker, 30% of shares will be held by Kenyans, and when Kenyans hold the shares, we know the issue of unemployment will be dealt in a small way. So when the activities were illegal, Kenyans were getting nothing. And some companies were operating here in Kenya, and all their monies were taken back to their countries. But when there is a law which says 30% of the shares will be held by Kenyans, it will improve our economy. Honorable Speaker, the Gaming Authority will investigate the conduct of persons holding the licenses. As I said earlier, those who are involved in child trafficking, corruption, and what have you their licenses will be stopped. The gaming tax chargeable will be 15%, and we will get some money as a country. There will be the issue also of protection of the purchaser of tickets. There is the issue of addiction, and when those who are playing the games are protected, they will not use all their earnings, all their money on gaming activities. So those who are playing the games will be protected under this bill. The most important thing, Honorable Speaker, a child will not be registered for online gaming. Our children will be protected. They will not use the money meant for their school fees. Our children will not leave school because there is a clause which protects the children in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, gaming activities can be addictive in nature, but under this act, there is some money will be set aside for healing or treatment of those who have been addicted. Somebody can use all of his earnings on gaming, but there is some percentage of money which will be used for treatment. So, Honorable Speaker, I'm fully in support of this gaming bill. We went to London and we did a benchmarking, and in London and other developed countries, UK, they are getting a lot of money and everyone is protected. Those who are owning the licenses and those who are participating in the gaming activities. So if this is taken into consideration, we are going to get some amount of money which the country was not getting, and there are people who are playing, betting in our country, and also we'll do treatment of those who are addicted. And we'll have 30% of income coming back as shares to Kenyans and 15% chargeable. So I support this gaming bill. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this chance to make my submissions on the Gaming Bill 2019. First, let me thank the Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture and Tourism for having come up very strongly at the correct time to actually bring this bill, which I must say it's timely, because times have really changed. And we are living in a situation where gambling is now just part and parcel of not only the Kenyan society, but the global society. So a law needs to be in place that can control this and manage it, because it may also be very difficult to say that you are banning this, because banning it means that the entire activity will continuously proceed in the underworld, and that will not be good for everybody. So this bill is timely. The bill actually repeals the Betting, Lottery and Gaming Act, Cap 131 of 1966, for the control and licensing of betting, casinos, and other forms of gambling. And I think, again, this is very timely, because the bill that we have been using on the issues of betting and gambling is a very old bill, 1966. And therefore, this bill, this act of 1966 was certainly a cake. And it could not handle the many changes that have occurred between 1966 and today. And therefore, this bill, as I said earlier, is very, very timely. It also gives, this bill tries to give an acceptance of the fact and the trends of the times that now we have the county government. And if we have several levels of government, then we have to give responsibility to all levels of government when handling the issue of gambling and betting. But I must be quick, Honorable Speaker, to say that the expectations of Kenyans when this parliament is debating and dealing with a bill that is handling betting and gambling is that we should have to bring measures in place which will ensure that if gambling has to go on, then it must be managed in a way that will not affect the students of this country, the children of this country, so that they end up losing their lives because of the menace of gambling that is now in existence in every corner of the country. The other expectation of the Kenyans is that this must be done in a controlled way that will not make the original understanding of casinos and gambling to be a dangerous game, and therefore safeguard the security and monies that are going or will be used, and even the people who will be going in these particular casinos. And I think to that extent, this bill tries to bring out that. And I'm happy, Honorable Speaker, because the bill basically, when I looked at it, it pulls down in totality the edifice of gambling and tries to bring a new structure in this particular area of gambling and betting. And this will be good in this century for this particular country. And therefore, going to the main bill, Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate the bringing in of the county government, because the county government is the one that is staying with the gamblers within the different counties. And bringing them on board will allow them to actually check who is doing it, who has been licensed, and who are the illegal practitioners in this particular field. And for me, that was very, very good, because now it will be a collective responsibility of not only the national government, but also the county government in controlling the betting and gambling that is now within our existence. Honorable Speaker, the other thing I think I should talk about are the fines. The cap of 1966, in fact, gave a field day for gamblers in this particular country to actually just pay fines and walk away. We noticed that the fine was simply 3,000 shillings if you had any mistake within the issues of gambling and betting. But this law has made sure that the fines now go to the levels of the modern day, so they are putting it between 250 and 2 million shillings, 250,000 and 2 million shillings. Formerly, Honorable Speaker, the fine was just 3,000 to 10,000. So you can imagine the amount of money the players involved in betting and gambling were making, and you are giving them a fine of 10,000. They would pay that in the morning and continue breaking the law and moving forward. So the bill has actually addressed that, and for me, this is very, very good, so that the betting can be controlled. The other issue is the distribution of funds and the distribution of proceeds that will be found from this. And the bill has actually introduced in its part 10 a National Lottery Distribution Trust Fund that will actually help in distribution of the funds that will be accruing courtesy of the lotteries and the betting. This is very, very good. And I wish later on, when we move to another level with this particular bill, we should see that these funds also go to help not only rehabilitating those who have been devastated by the betting and gambling issues, but also to help our people in sports, because most of the betting games and the gaming are in the sporting area. But our former veterans in both football, athletics, and other sports, they launder in poverty. So these proceeds, later on, I think we shall be speaking to the chairman so that they also benefit from those particular proceeds coming from the betting and gaming activity. Honorable Speaker, this bill also establishes a national gaming authority. And this National Gaming Authority has been given the task of also controlling the licensing of who will be involved in betting. This is very important, because currently as it is, everybody's in the field and we don't know even who is there and who is not there, and there's no total control over who is in this particular field. And I therefore think that this law has come at the correct time, and we need to actually panel beat to fit the Kenyan society as it is now. Because as it is, I also noticed in the bill, Honorable Speaker, it has now brought on board the online gambling and betting, because it had not been captured. And for me, it is a good bill. I want to support it. Looking forward for several amendments as we deal with it, because if we control this particular sector, then we shall be able to manage the players and everybody who is involved in it. But if we leave it to hang the way it was hanging, then it will continuously occur within the society as an illegal and an underground business, which will actually give too much profits to the players without even the government making anything out of the proceeds they make as profits. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, with those very few remarks, I want to support. Thank you.
Member for Nyeri Town.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I stand to support the bill, specifically on the issue of telecommunication platforms. Mr. Speaker, the reason that as a country we have been having a gambling problem is because of how easy it has been to access gambling using telephones. Mr. Speaker, if for no other reason, the fact that this particular bill stops that particular aspect of gambling is something that we should all appreciate. Mr. Speaker, in Nyeri, we have been having an average of one young person committing suicide every day. A lot of the reasons why that is happening is because of gambling. Either somebody was given money to go and pay for something and assumed that they could be able to turn it around very quickly and gamble with it, or they thought that they would be able to invest in gambling and make some money. Mr. Speaker, in first world countries or in places where gambling as a business, because it is a business, because sometimes when we discuss about gambling, we think it is a game, and maybe one of the things that would have changed about the bill is the name, because gambling is actually a business. It is a business that is run by people who are out to make money, and one of the things I used to read about is that the house never loses. The people who own the gambling infrastructure will never lose money. Mr. Speaker, in countries that have had the gambling business for a long time, they create systems that make it difficult to actually participate in gambling. Why? Because as much as we call it a game, it is extremely addictive. And once it gets into somebody's system, it becomes very easy to get out. Mr. Speaker, the reason we got to this point, the reason we got to a point where government actually had to close down a lot of our gambling businesses, was because you would be sitting in a house and maybe you're in the middle of financial problems, and then an advert would come and give you a system of what you needed to press on your phone, and hopefully you'd make some money. A lot of people, a lot of homes, a lot of families, a lot of individuals have been destroyed by how easy it was to do that. The fact that this bill has found a way of ensuring we do not do that, the fact that this bill has ensured that you have to go through a certain system, and that the people who are running the gambling business itself are held to account for what they're doing, and also even for the money they collect, how much they pay in taxes, and how much they actually pay the people who are participating in that game, is a good thing. So, Mr. Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Honorable Nyenze, Edith.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to support this bill on gambling. In the past, we have seen, especially our youth, participate so much in gambling. And what the government has been doing is, the government has actually been trying to make it punitive by introducing so many taxes. But this bill is, I support it because it's actually making it possible for our youth to even get into some sort of business, because that is one of the problems which we have of unemployment. But in the past, we have seen taxes being laid on the gambling because we've been trying to discourage it. But in other developed countries, we find that they actually encourage gambling because it's a source of business, and also it brings to the government some revenue, and also there is also tourism in some countries. Like if you go to Las Vegas in US, you'll find that the gambling is really very well developed and it's well regulated. So I support this bill because it's going to regulate and control the gambling. Is going to control gambling, and this control will be very important because those ones who will be involved in gambling have to be registered, have to be known. They have to use machines or tools which will actually ensure that the winner or the owners of the game do not get everything. That is, they don't win it all. Because in the past, we have seen some people participate in the gaming, who get very addicted to it. They end up in getting depressed after losing everything. But when it is regulated, when the government regulates it, according to this bill, then we'll see some systems in place, and this will be a source of income, a source of business to our youth and also to the people who participate. So I support it. We should also have some schools in our country where people are taken through a system to understand gambling. As I've said, in the developed countries, you see they even have universities where they are teaching gambling, and in doing so, then they will now have some controls and some systems, and they will even understand it better. So I support this bill because what we have been doing is that we've really been overtaxing the gambling to discourage it, but it should not be punitive. It should be regulated so that it can act as a source of revenue, a source of employment, and also attract some tourism in our country. So with that, as Mr. Speaker, I support this bill. Thank you.
Member for Mwingi West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity given to me. Mr. Speaker, sir, before I contribute to this motion, let me take this opportunity to congratulate our chairman, Honorable Victor Munyaka, and the committee, which is the most balanced actually in this house in terms of gender and many other aspects. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me assure this house we traversed across the country, and we went to so many counties, collected the views of the Kenyan, did a lot of public participation, and also we went abroad actually in the United Kingdom and Las Vegas to regarding this issue. So I am assuring Kenyans whatever we have written here, if we get to comply, we are going to do a lot of things. Mr. Speaker, gaming industry is so big in these developed countries, especially the revenue they bring to the government. And if actually we can set up these rules and regulations in our industry and have it controlled, we are going to have a lot of revenue coming to our government. Mr. Speaker, if you go to the bill, the gaming bill, we have set out the functions of the county and national government, which are so clear, and I'm sure whatever we have written here, Mr. Speaker, is going to help this country. One of the key issues emanating this bill is the establishment of an authority, the gaming authority, which is actually will be entrusted by many functions, and in doing so, we saw it will bring the level of good competency in our country, because if you look at it, the chairperson who will be appointed by the cabinet secretary must meet certain criteria. Other members, and also who will be very key is members will be appointed by the Council of Governors. And in giving this to the counties, actually, we are going to get a good deal. Mr. Speaker, there's also another issue emanating in this bill, which is the licenses and permits. Licenses and permits, it's required actually everywhere. We are going to have a gaming bill. We have to identify the premise. And these premises, if they are not mobile, the way we used to have actually, we are going to control the age limit of the people who are participating in betting and lottery. Mr. Speaker, this also issue is going to have a good thing in terms of ensuring the only people who are licensed in running these activities, they are operating the lottery games. And Mr. Speaker, there is also issue of security, which is the cash deposit by the board actually, which is prescribed in this bill, and I'm sure things are going to change. Other issue, which is actually very critical because of the events of globalization and technologies, online gaming, which is very common in Kenya, but it never used to be controlled, is this one issue is going to be very important if we are going to control. Mr. Speaker, there is a section which reads as follows, and allow me to read it. An operator shall maintain a customer care center within Kenya to monitor and respond to issues raised by consumers. This is very important because if you look at the issues of sports pesa, they never used to have this customer care center, and most of the people who used actually to raise up their queries, they used to make long calls, nobody's answering them, and by requiring this, by bringing these rules, we are going to help our Kenyan in addressing the issues, particularly if the participators, or rather the gamblers are feeling aggrieved by some of the issues. Mr. Speaker, there's also establishment of gaming appeal tribunal. Most of the board the composition, we trust the members will do a good job. But in case somebody is feeling that is aggrieved and needs to actually appeal, there's a tribunal which is actually including the judiciary in this concept, and it is going to help in normalizing our activities in gaming industry. Mr. Speaker, there is also issues of offenses and penalties, which are really clearly demonstrated here. And I feel that if at all we are going to achieve these, and the way they are prescribed, we are going to have a lot of good things. And in these few remarks, I feel this bill, if it's implemented, actually, we are going to have a very good gaming industry. And with those few remarks, I support and request the House to support this bill. Thank you.
Okay. Since two members have spoken here, much as they are top on the list, I will go to my right and pick Honorable Njiru Mushangi. Then I'll come back to my left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to this very important bill. And I want to thank the Honorable Victor Munyaka for the good work that they have done as a committee. We know they have put a lot of hours into this work, and we commend them for what they have done. Mr. Speaker, the gaming industry is a big industry in the world. And the Kenyan society has become also a gaming society, and most particularly the young people, because statistics indicate that almost 95% of the gaming activities are done by the young people. And I want to thank the committee for seeking to change the manner in which gaming is done in this country. Mr. Speaker, in the proposed law, 30% of the shareholding is supposed to be held by Kenyans. And this will help in ensuring that lots of money is in circulation in this country. Mr. Speaker, this bill also seeks to protect the rights of our young children, because you walk around our constituencies and you'll find that many young people, even the school-going children, have gone into gaming, into betting, which is very addictive and which is destroying their lives. So seeking to have betting regulated and happening in casinos is a very good idea. Because you go elsewhere, Mr. Speaker, like the case of Las Vegas in the United States, you will find that gaming and betting is strictly for adults, and it is done in casinos. Yeah, so, Mr. Speaker, we want to support the idea of regulating betting and gaming so that we do not let our young people get into this trap and lose their lives into it. Finally, Mr. Speaker, this bill also seeks to regulate the manner in which advertisements are done. And the media stations in this country have wanted to make it appear as if it is so easy to earn quick money through betting. So this bill proposes that we be having these advertisements much later in the day. That is from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. And this will help in that so many people will not be exposed to these games of betting in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Honorable Babu Ongili.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to, first of all, comment on the gaming bill. Number one, Mr. Speaker, let us not be lied to by some fellow members of parliament here that gambling or rather gaming is done by underage people. Number one, Mr. Speaker, for you to get involved in gambling or gaming, you must have registered with M-Pesa. And for you to register, you must have an ID, which means that you must be an adult, that is 18 years and above. We know that the Children's Act is clear, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Babu, you know
Yes.
you have a way of getting into trouble all the time. You have some time to speak. Now, I have a problem with you using the word lying because it's unparliamentary.
Okay, no.
You can use any other word that signifies the same thing. That
Not
is
telling the
parliamentary.
truth.
Yes. That
Okay.
is, now you have spoken like somebody who is in Bunge.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. Number one, the idea that some members of parliament are not telling the truth about the age of gambling is not good for the members of the public and members of this house. Mr. Speaker, for you to get involved in gaming, you must be 18 years and above. And for you to register with M-Pesa, for you to register a phone number, you must have an ID card. And the majority age...
Order. What is it, Honorable Nguna Ngusia? What is it? What's
Mr.
your...
Speaker, I'm raising on point of information to Honorable
No.
Babuino.
If you want to inform, first it should come out as it's a point of information. Then I will ask, as is supposed to be done, Honorable Babu, do you need that information?
No, Mr. Speaker, the information is dead on arrival. So,
proceed now. No
Thank you.
information will be given to you by Honorable Ngusia. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So number one, we talked about the age, which is a majority age for somebody to gamble in Kenya. You must be 18 years and above. The Children's Act is clear, Mr. Speaker, that the parents will take care of their children until the age of 18, after which the person becomes an adult and makes his or her own decisions. And the other day, there was a decision made by the courts that stated clearly that once a child reaches the majority age, which is 18 years, then this child can make his or her own decisions and should never be influenced, Mr. Speaker. Number two, Mr. Speaker, the gaming industry has been a big industry in Kenya and has provided employment, job opportunity to Kenyan citizens. For example, Mr. Speaker, SportPesa Loan and Betin, they have over 3,000 shops in the whole nation. Every shop employs an average of 5 people. That is 15,000 that lost in only two of the betting industries. That is betting companies. That is SportPesa and Betin. So, Mr. Speaker, Kenyan youth and women have lost jobs just because of the malice from some sectors of the government. Number three, Mr. Speaker, the government is the major shareholder in these gaming industries. When we look at the betting companies, the government gets the tax from the betting industries. SportPesa Loan and Betin contributed around 10 billion in 1 year. Remember that this nation is a borrowing nation. Every other time we see His Excellency, our good President, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, going to China to borrow money. And only in 1 year, Mr. Speaker, the two companies for betting gives us 10 billion. What are we saying? Why are we sending away these investors who are promoting the nation in terms of tax and in terms of employment? Number three, the government has put stringent measures on the betting companies that taxation is done on the capital plus the profits. Yet, taxation should only be done on the winnings, the profits alone. And it was well interpreted by the courts that the winnings shall only be the money that is won, the profit that is won, and not the profit plus the capital. So the government decided to put the winnings to be the capital plus the profit. You cannot, for example, invest 1,000 shillings and then you get 200 shillings on top, then the government taxes 1,200. The government should be in a position to only tax the 200 Kenya shillings. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, we are aware that in these developed countries, there is betting companies, there is gaming. If in developed countries there is gaming, Mr. Speaker, why can't there be gaming in Kenya, which is still a third world country, which is still developing? Is this not a way of sending away some of the potential investors? And Mr. Speaker, some families have been highly affected as a result of the government measures
to curb betting industry in this nation. Some of the people who came to invest here, they are married in this nation, they have children, they have Kenyan wives, which gives them a right to be citizens through naturalization. Mr. Speaker, these people were sent unceremoniously by the government back to their countries. Their families are left in Kenya, their children are suffering, and those are Kenyan children, Mr. Speaker. We need to review this, Mr. Speaker, and we need to support the gaming industry. Let us not lie to each other that this thing is addictive, Mr. Speaker. Even sex is addictive. Everything is addictive. Sex is a normal thing. Ladies, don't say, yeah. Even tea is addictive. So, Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I stand to rest at that and support the gaming bill. Thank you very much.
Now, let's see Honorable Mutua Barasa. I can see he's not in. So we go to Honorable Manzo Kitonga, who is next on the line.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute on this very important bill. Mr. Speaker, in the previous parliament, the 11th parliament, Mr. Speaker, there had been a lot of amendments in matters related to lottery, gaming, betting. And that particular act, which is a 1966 act before, was needed a lot of amendments, and it became very patched up with this sort of amendment or the other. And I remember some of them, Mr. Speaker, were very bulky. And one of the greatest issues were the taxations and what happens when these monies are collected. Mr. Speaker, I am happy that the team led by Honorable Munyaka, the committee, has come up with a bill which is very useful to the country, Mr. Speaker. Gaming and betting and all that regime is controlled in very many other countries. But lately, because of sports, it has been open to a lot of abuse. 1966, there was no online gaming, which is now a reality, and a lot of people have gone for it, and there were no measures of making sure that underage children are not participating in gaming, and in the event they do, what happens? There has been a lot of suicides in this field when someone's expectations are not met. It has not been communicated clearly that merely this is a game, you can win, you can lose, it involves money. A lot of times money are lost. And in many parts of the world, gaming, where it's not well controlled, has a lot of crime in it. At times somebody wins a game or a lottery, and the person who was conducting that particular event does not pay this particular person, and it becomes a fight, and eventually a life is lost. And there have been quite a number of murders in that line, where somebody has won monies after putting in their money, and the bet is not being honored. And Mr. Speaker, that has been a challenge. So it is good now we have a regime which is well controlled, laws which are tight enough, and in fact we look forward to tighten these laws more. The loose ends, or during the third reading, where we will be open to make amendments. And I believe this time around, this will be signed into law, and probably there will be reservations from the president to make it even much better, because everybody in this country has been concerned, including the president, on the control of betting. And the betting companies have been wanting to support sports. And in this particular law, it is clear now we shall have a national lottery. It has been missing in years, and the time it was to be implemented, it hit a lot of complications. We also have a new board, meaning that the current setups will lapse once this become a law, and then we will have a new setup on how we will best conduct bettings. And there have been controls, from the Ministry of Interior, provincial administration, the county governments, at times betting equipment be confiscated, others be destroyed. That will come to an end because, and even court cases have been filed around this area, and some of them have not even been concluded, but the businessmen and the women involved have been upset by one thing or another in the past. And therefore, it is good to regulate this and to make sure that we have a law which luckily has been compared very well with other jurisdictions, the UK experience, the Las Vegas experience, in the Nevada state, and this is where a lot of it happened, and there are very good controls from the American government and the regulation there. And I've also seen that it has a clause for regulations. So the minister in charge will again approach the Committee of Delegated Legislation so that we can make regulations to implement this particular act. And those are some of the positive things. Now, when it comes to financing sports in this country, it has really, really been a challenge. And we really do not want to see scenarios whereby athletes are stuck. You know, we know the government facilitates to a certain extent. But with the Gaming Act there now and with the National Lottery, although we made some amendments in the Finance Act, whereby money is raised in this manner generally will also be shared into other fields. We want to be specific in this particular act that all money is raised through gaming, and unless there are excesses, they must be used for development of sports in this country. Mr. Speaker, if we do that, we'll employ a lot of young people in sports in Kenya. And Kenya has a potential of winning the Olympics. We've gone even up to number 3 in the world. And I believe with proper financing, we'll be able to increase the fields in which we can participate internationally. And many more gold medals and honor will come to this country. And this will be courtesy of this new law when we allow there to be proper financing of sports activities in the country. Because financing sports is very expensive, and the ministry has been getting some challenges. But the moment we now finance our football through monies raised in this way, well, I'm sure we'll be in the World Cup and we can win World Cup. If we finance athletics and all manner of sports, we will have a healthy nation, and then we'll also employ a lot of young people who have a big talent, but they don't exploit it much because they want also to earn a living. And a lot of talented sports people in Kenya will wish to earn a living through sports. And this can be cured by making sure we have a proper national lottery which supports the sporting activities in the country. And it has come out very well in this particular bill. I therefore want to say, Mr. Speaker, this is a very, very important law for this country, and I'm happy members have taken it very seriously. I believe we're going to pass this law, and all matters which needed to be done while preparing this act was done, and especially public participation, so that the people who are involved in this business properly participate. They still have an opportunity through their members of parliament. When we'll be doing the third reading, they can approach members of parliament to make amendments. And also the other stakeholders, the church, the state, is also free to make amendments. Whatever we are debating now, or those people who have perused this law, finds it that we have a missing gap somewhere. So I believe, Mr. Speaker, this is good for the nation. I beg to support. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It is honorable. Now I have to go to my right. I see the top 4 are to my. Actually, the highest on this other side is Honorable Wachira Mukami. Actually, Mukami Wachira.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support the motion. First and foremost, I want to congratulate Honorable Munyaka. This is long overdue. Considering what our society is going through, our children, they are going to an extent of stealing money because these days our youth, they don't want to work. They want to go betting and make easy money. So congratulations to Honorable Munyaka. Honorable Speaker, the other thing, it is about the regulations. Though the regulations are very, very important, it will help our county government. Now they will be able now to control because they'll be issuing the licenses to the people who are keeping those games. Having a new board also will also help a lot, because I know the government is losing a lot of money, because everybody now was opening everybody was opening a gaming shop because it was easy, and many youths were always ready to go and do betting in those gaming section, those gaming. Honorable Speaker, many people are going into depression because when they go with the little money they have and they are not able now to win, now that one is also making most of our youths to kill themselves, because when they lose that money, they don't know what to do next, even the mature people. So, Honorable Munyaka, I want to congratulate you and your committee, and we are behind you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Now let's go to Honorable Bunyasi John.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I wish to add my voice to the debate on this proposed bill for the introduction of Gaming Control, Gaming Act 2019. Mr. Speaker, sir, many people have spoken already, and have talked about the dangers related to certain age groups, particularly the lower ones, and what might constitute influences that are considered to be unhealthy. And I think that's indeed the case. But what we should also remember is that I think whereas these controls have been put in place, they aren't going to be total. There are ways in which they can get around. We need in the system a capacity to provide counseling services. The speaker who just finished speaking before me alluded to the risks not only to the youth but to adults as well. But we worry about the adults because we assume that until age 18 they're still in the care of adults and so on. But given the hard times that have persisted in this economy for some time now, incomes are low and declining. And we know that that's the case even anecdotally because factories have closed and set up shop elsewhere. Me in Western, we had big employers like Mumias, whose income capacity would influence the whole region. It's a big dearth of income and therefore a void in which poverty and poverty-related challenges have entered place. You can see when people turn strongly to illicit brew or to gambling, sometimes it's a way in which they are trying to cope with the hardships that they are facing. So, Mr. Speaker, this is trying to chip away from those who will be the first people online to move away from those destructive habits in schools and also the youth unemployed in the village. I think that's a very encouraging thing to do. Now, that's a downside. But you know that these, the proceeds from gambling, if properly taxed, have a potential also to be constructive and to build. And given the limited incomes, particularly for areas, for counties, and the counties are far away from the capital city, this would have been also another significant source in which they can use the proceeds to introduce support schemes for the ultra-poor, either their children in schools or access to health services or access to social services. This, in this country, as is happening elsewhere, would have been a source, a continuing source, in which you have resources that you can rely on to finance these essential aspects, but which are usually not fully appreciated at the national level, which can easily be cut off of the budget. So that is something we have to think about, and I think we have to think about any additional sources, including perhaps sin taxes, since gambling is considered one of those gambling tax is a sin tax, it has a punitive component, that can perhaps, that are still legal, that can perhaps be used to increase incomes, to replace the incomes of the that counties would have received, because other counties are truly struggling. And at the village level, you are left entirely to your own, you and your God are the only sources of survival. And if you are unable to do anything, nobody else will come to your aid. It's exemplified in the worst case scenarios when we have national emergencies, like what has been going on in West Pokot, and people will go through a second day before they receive meals or tents. And we have so many helicopters in this country. We have a big army. We have many ways, literally, KDF and others who could actually go in and save souls, save every soul. So in less dramatic ways, we have these kinds of challenges that we could use money that's going to come from gambling to try and cure the ill. Mr. Speaker, sir, as I support this bill so that we can bring some order to it, I still would think that there must be other creative ways in which activities that are related to gambling in one form or another that can be legalized. There must be a soft way so we can get a midway house. I remember that when we debated this over the past various years in this house, there were always exceedingly high emotions, and then you begin to wonder the actual case is lost because either people are supporting it too passionately for healthy living or opposing it too stringently. And those extremes, solutions don't lie at the extremes, not on anything, not in this country. Their solutions also lie towards the middle. And I hope that we can continue to search the middle ground so we find other ways in which we can increase incomes and truly supplement the public sector efforts to provide services. In this country, getting these public support services is extremely difficult, and more so for people who are in a distance, away from the big cities. Fortunately, we have got very effective technology penetration, so we would hope that we can allow some soft landing, where people can use their little incomes both for amusement and for income earnings, but certainly since we know that most of the proceeds accrue to the managers and providers, that what has been managed and provided will go out there. If I was in Ambari, it would help, for example, to build my schools. They are all full. Fertility levels are quite healthy, and we have excess students almost all across the learning spectrum. It would help to provide lunch for the very needy. It would help to provide some boarding schools, which have become rescue centers for youth, particularly the girl child, but also for others. Rescue in terms of the social pressures and the challenges they get, but also rescue in terms of providing steady meals for them and reducing the burden on their parents at home. So there are many ways in which what we consider to be undesirable should also be weighed to what can be done positively within society. So much as we have a bill that we are praised and many people are praised for what it will restrict, I think that we should think about what will not be doable.
Honorable Ching. Honorable Ching, order.
We should compare this with what would be doable if it was allowed to exist and provide some resources for it. I can't emphasize the need for additional support in soft areas, soft sectors. But we could also say, for example, we could put it to supporting youth centers that provide sports opportunities, that provide skill development, that provide holiday activities, that provide internship. There are very many things that can be done with these kinds of windfall taxes, profits and taxes that you can get when it's running. We can't be a unique society that will completely enclose our fellows from our children and our people from the elements of society out there. I think part of it also is working perhaps with faith-based organizations, but also with publicly funded services to strengthen the inner core of our people on how to deal with this responsibly. Because the truth of the matter is that we are still a growing nation. The demands are getting bigger because people are now learning the world, and they know what they could have had that they are not having. So I think we have to really make this comparison. And much as I praise Dr. Mnyaka's committee for the good thing they have done, I think they should also realize they have a responsibility towards youth to try and contribute to it. And it's not just through terminologies and titles and recruitment of public servants to work for youth. It is the things we can deliver, tangible things that we can deliver, that will keep them busy, keep them out of mischief. The extent they will do so, help them to come out of it in a way that has adequate support services. And I really want to urge that we need to use these kinds of windfall sources that many countries use to be able to do positive things in our society so that we can then balance off the evil and the good, and hopefully that we strengthen our youth and strengthen our people in society who are weaker in any reason to resist the negative influences. With those comments, Mr. Speaker, I support, but I do hope that this is just the beginning of a dialogue that we shall need to support our youth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir.
Let's have Honorable Rosa Akinyi Ochang Buyu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you've added a new name to my names. I'm Rosa Akinyi Buyu. Mr. Speaker, and you've added...
Did I? What was the other name I added?
Mr. Speaker, you've added Ochang, and I want to thank you for adding that name because that is my father's name. And although he's been dead almost 20 years, he was very, very, very dear to me. So thank you for bringing such wonderful memories back.
Well, that name is only reserved for those people who knew you in your earlier life. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go on. A lot has been said about...
What is your point of order, Honorable? You've just come in.
Speaker, the fact that I've just come in, Mr. Speaker, is one reason that I have to raise a point of order, because you must know that I'm around. But, Mr. Speaker, what I would like you to clarify, because you are talking about Honorable Rosa and the people who knew her, is it biblical knowing or English knowing? Because we need, because even while I was away, there was a new addition to the English vocabulary. Some are called twatwa, others are knowing. Can I know what exactly you mean?
Well,
Mr. Speaker.
In the same manner, Honorable Milio Diambo, as those who knew you when you are still slender, you remember? Let's proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when Honorable Millie stood to speak, I thought she was going to actually confirm what a great man Mr. Chang was. But since she didn't, I'll go ahead with my contribution. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said about what this bill is going to do in terms of actually helping bring our youth back, helping control our youth, and giving an opportunity to actually, Mr. Speaker, could you kindly, Mr. Speaker, I request.
What is it, Honorable Buyu, that you want?
Mr. Speaker, there's too much noise around me, and I request your assistance in just.
Well, I am going to protect you as long as you confirm that it was actually not any
Thank you,
noise,
Mr. Speaker.
But some loud consultation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That I have to protect you from, and it looks like it was Honorable Daktari. Let me stop it there. I probably do not want to go beyond that, because there are many doctors anyway in this house, but I'm sure he knows the Daktari I'm talking about is able to notice that he was consulting loudly. Proceed. And members should not, they must not interfere with the view of the Speaker on members. That is what is in the standing orders. Let's proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said about what this bill is going to do in terms of bringing controls, but the one aspect that I'd like to bring out, Mr. Speaker, is the aspect that actually comes in the defense of the business owners or the owners of the gaming industry. Mr. Speaker, quite recently, a lot has been said about one of our ministers, Mr. Speaker, who has been wrongly accused for fighting the business owners in the gaming industry. Mr. Speaker, what this bill does, and the reason why I really support this bill, is it's conscious and it's sensitive even to the business owners. Even when it actually protects our youth and all the people who participate in gaming, it actually also protects the business owners or investors. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the transition period, it gives the investors ample time to reorganize themselves. Many a time, when a law or a regulation is brought about or passed, we never cease to see the words "with immediate effect." But what this bill does is it gives the business owners 6 months to actually reorganize themselves. And, Mr. Speaker, even when they do apply for a fresh license, Mr. Speaker, if they do qualify, they will not have to pay an extra penny for that fresh license for the length of period that their license was still valid. Mr. Speaker, I think this is very sensitive, and I think it also enhances investment. And many a time we've been crying that our rules are stiff, too stiff to cater or to allow for investors. But, Mr. Speaker, this bill does care for investors, and this bill does give them ample time, but demands that they must also abide by the law. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let's have Honorable Kipruto Moi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to this very important bill. Mr. Speaker, the gaming business in Kenya contributes substantially to the economy of this nation in two ways. One is employment, and the other is taxes, Mr. Speaker. So it is in the light of these two issues, Mr. Speaker, that the 2019 bill is introduced to replace the 1966 Gaming, Lotteries, and Gaming Act, Mr. Speaker. And the bill, Mr. Speaker, is also timely because when the old act was in operation, Mr. Speaker, there was no county government. Devolution was not there. So it was time that this act was replaced, Mr. Speaker, by the new one. Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to establish several agencies, one being the National Gaming Authority, which regulates, enforces regulations and issues licenses. The other, Mr. Speaker, is that it establishes a gaming appeals tribunal, which solves gambling-related disputes. Mr. Speaker, it also establishes a national lottery, and it also establishes the National Lottery Distribution Trust Fund, which retains money that has been generated from lottery and then distributes the funds, Mr. Speaker. According to a recent survey, Mr. Speaker, a great proportion of youths in this country are engaged in betting. And the vast majority of these youths, Mr. Speaker, use their phones to place their bets. However, this bill, Mr. Speaker, will restrict the use of telecommunication platforms as media for gambling. So these restrictions, Mr. Speaker, and also placing a minimum of 50 shillings on the amount of money that one can bet. So this will weed out thousands of youths who would actually want to gamble, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill will also significantly increase the amount of money that operators or licensees will need to operate premises. And under the Betting and Licensing Control Board, Mr. Speaker, the fees were actually very negligible. However, Mr. Speaker, this bill does not actually raise taxes. If you remember the 2018, during that period, taxes had been raised to about 35% on gaming. But this bill seeks to retain it at 15%. So I think it will be good for this business. And Mr. Speaker, should this bill actually become law, then a national lottery will be established and a tender process will be used to select the operator, who will then work on this for 7 years. And this will generate revenue for the government, Mr. Speaker. And money generated from these lotteries, Mr. Speaker, will of course be used for worthy causes such as sports, such as charities, to various charities. So In fact, Mr. Speaker, this is really not bad. But finally, Mr. Speaker, the committee did engage with various stakeholders, especially the public, and the committee made several visits to, I believe, 9 counties. And views were collected, and the views that came out from the general public was that gambling was really a very destructive force, very destructive force. But to those who were actually engaged directly in the gaming business, they felt that this gaming business should be regulated, and there should be a balance so that we don't destroy the gambling business. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we are really stuck between the views of the general public and the views of those, if we may call them professionals, those who are directly involved in the gaming business. These are ones that are involved in the industry have a moderate view that we should not kill this industry. But I felt that the public felt that this was very destructive. And most of them actually insisted that maybe the government should actually ban gambling. But on the other hand, Mr. Speaker, this is a necessary evil. It generates taxes, it provides employment for many, many people. So I believe regulation is the way to go. So with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank you for the opportunity, and I support this bill.
Well, let's have Honorable Nyikal. Honorable Dr. Nyikal.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this bill. Mr. Speaker, this is a bill that is really long overdue. I think some time back when we were discussing finance bill and taxes, this became a big issue as people are considering the funds that arise from this and how it is utilized. And on the other hand, the damage that it causes to the people who are involved in gambling and in betting. Mr. Speaker, the object of this bill is regulation and control of betting, gaming, and casinos. And it replaces the Gaming and Lottery Act of 1966. Mr. Speaker, gaming, betting, and gambling are addictive. There is no question about that. And they are as addictive as other drugs. And the impact on the lives of the people that are affected is equally bad. And Mr. Speaker, many people think this is only confined to young people and probably children. That is not true. Even adults who get involved in gambling and get addicted have the same problems that they face. In fact, it's even worse because it also then leads directly the consequences, the social consequences of addiction in gambling actually will lead to addiction to alcohol use. So it actually just makes matters worse. Therefore, it is something we need to look at. Obviously, it is a business, it generates money, it generates taxes, and it employs people. So we have to get a midline where the business is useful, but it does not harm people. And therefore, the need for this bill, and which will become an act. Mr. Speaker, some people have thought, for example, that when it promotes activity like sport, that is great. But we must remember that these are purely business driven by profit and therefore must be in one way or another controlled. I support this bill because it actually addresses important issues. And one I must start with, Mr. Speaker, is that it recognizes that we now have a devolution and there's a county government, and that these activities will actually, to a large extent, be going on even in counties. And therefore, this bill has done a good job, Mr. Speaker, of clearly indicating what the national government will do and what the county government will do. And in the general principle devolution, it clearly states the standards and the policy responsibilities of the national government and the licensing of entities that are of national nature, like the national lotteries, the security issues that are involved, compliance with this act. So that is important. But it again realizes that the counties must enforce compliance with the act, because that is where it actually takes place, and gives the counties also responsibility in issuing some of the permits and the premises, because the premises themselves are also an issue, and gives the counties responsibilities in monitoring, because they are actually in touch with the areas and the activities that are going on. I find that very thoughtful in this bill, and therefore I support that. It does establish structures that we need. There's no way you will do regulations, you will do control, if there are no structures that enforce people and create responsibilities that ensure that the laws is complied with. The gaming authority and the board are in place, and I think that is key. If you are going to have this, it is going to have regulation, it's going to have to control, there have to be people who take responsibility. And I really must congratulate the committee for the work they did on this. The only issue I can say that if I look at the board, to a large extent, it is actually government officers. I think it is important to actually have a balance between government officials and the public stakeholders, because government officials can actually be manipulated. Public stakeholders are more likely to actually resist manipulation, particularly if it comes from the state. This bill gives very clearly the functions that of this act. And again, it is quite clear what they're supposed to do, the policy, and so on. Mr. Speaker, it goes on to actually also state fairly clearly the areas that need to be actually controlled. And Mr. Speaker, it states very clearly that all forms of gambling, whether it is national lottery, whether it is bookmaking, whether it is just public lottery, whether it is online gambling. And I think, Mr. Speaker, online gaming is actually what has made it extremely necessary to repeal the old Act of 1966, because the facilities that we use for online gambling is not available to everybody. There has been argument that children cannot actually have these facilities, register online. All our children have telephones. And so when that online gaming has been brought in, I think that is extremely important. And it's actually more dangerous, and it needs better control, and it looks at the particulars that will be involved, because this is something that somebody sitting in a corner alone can actually be gambling the whole day. Kids have been known to, even adults have been known to gamble monies that were actually for family use. If you talk to mothers, they'll tell you how fathers or husbands have actually gambled family resources, sold everything. And they don't have to go outside the house. They're just sitting there and gambling away everything. So, Mr. Speaker, it is extremely important that that has been brought in place. I also support the other structure that is here, the establishments of a fund, so that the proceeds of this of gambling can actually go to some of the uses that are actually of social benefit to the people, not just rehabilitation of people who are involved. And it's a bit funny, Mr. Speaker, that you license something and you know it is going to hurt people, then now you put in place a process for looking after people that will hurt. But anyway, that is the balance that we'll have. But I think we should go further. Some of the effects are actually may not be directly noticed, may be seen as health facts. So I think we may even use some of these funds as we're using in the sports fund to actually apply it to our health services. Again, supporting sports. And another important thing that I think we can use here, particularly in the area of sports, a lot of our athletes Mr. Speaker, not the ones that hit the big league. The ones that hit the big leagues are okay. They look after themselves. But there are some who have done relatively well locally. And at the end of their lives, actually they live miserable lives. And I think if you have a fund like this that can support them, it will go a long way. It will be a good outcome from an area where we are even worried whether it is overall it is not hurting people. I also like the way it has said the distribution of the funds that arise, what will go to the core function or the core object of the gaming. If it is a charitable organization, fine. Then the 25 to 45% we can look at, but I think the provision of that and those limitations are important. And finally, Mr. Speaker, it has put in place an appeal tribunal. In the area of gambling, it is clear there will be a lot of issues. And to have a tribunal which will sort out issues instead of lengthy court cases, I think is a good approach that this bill has brought. With that, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Let's have Honorable Ogutu Abel, member for Bamachoge Borabu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise also to support this bill, which is intended to bring order in the industry of gaming by providing a clear directions that will be applicable to the various stakeholders. I want to say that in the recent past, this industry has been perceived negatively, especially because of its influence on the youth, and also especially because of the overdue control from the state machinery. I'm glad that now we are in a process where we are defining the boundaries of the various actors and trying to put requirements and penalties where necessary to ensure that the industry is run in a manner that it becomes a main source of income to this nation, a main source of employment to our youth, and in a way it takes up a more positive face in our community. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that when I look at this proposed bill, I get the feeling that the various stakeholders have provided for useful consultations, especially between the national government and the state machinery and the county government. I am very sure that both governments will stand to benefit from the order that is going to be brought through this bill. The county government has always been seen to be very notorious in terms of handling the issues that affect gaming, unnecessary collection of the machines, arresting of the actors down in, particularly in the village. And now this bill provides rights for those who are involved, either as investors or as consumers of the industry, to understand clearly what their role is and what is expected of them. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that as a new law to be, I think we expect a number of challenges because we are creating order. An industry that is known to have a lot of money, that is to be obtained without much sweat, is likely to face challenges when order comes. I want to confirm that with the setting that has been put in place, we expect that once this bill is passed, we should see a lot of order, a lot of institutions being put in place, and also the necessary administrative procedures for ensuring that penalties for those who fail to follow the spellings of the bill are well carried out. Mr. Speaker, I want to say finally that as we look forward to see this bill creating a new and good avenue for revenue collection, let us also hope that we'll give it the necessary support to ensure that the revenue that is going to be collected is sustainable, predictable, and used in a very good order. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support. Thank you.
The Honorable Tindi Mwale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the bill. Mr. Speaker, I don't have much to say because my colleagues have already highlighted most of the issues. But Mr. Speaker, when you look at the history of this country, basing on how companies associated with betting has been doing business, Mr. Speaker, you find that many Kenyans were not well secured in terms of law, Mr. Speaker, on how the law was going to defend Kenyans in the event, Mr. Speaker, that they lost everything that they had, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I'm very glad that this law and this bill is going to address such issues, Mr. Speaker. This bill is going to outline the circumstances under which every company or every individual that wishes to play, Mr. Speaker, or to own business in this industry, Mr. Speaker, is going to behave and is going to carry out all the functions as stipulated in this bill, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I rise up to support and I urge my fellow members to support this bill, Mr. Speaker, so that we have a watertight scenario in terms of law and governance in matters concerned with gaming, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Next will be Honorable Odhiambo Akoth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity, of course, to support the bill. And even before I support Mr. Speaker, I want to indicate that last week I was away in Cape Verde attending a meeting of parliamentarians for global action and received greetings from the Speaker of the Cape Verde Parliament and the President of Cape Verde. And Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy, I'm sure you know, because you are a member of Parliamentarians for Global Action, that we discuss a lot of issues of governance and human rights, especially on issues to do with gender and human rights, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that was just by way of conveying, in summary, some of what we have done. Mr. Speaker, sorry. I also wish to tell you that I was elected to the international executive of the body, Mr. Speaker, so I'm carrying the flag of Kenya very high, and I had the highest number of votes, Mr. Speaker. I can see you are smiling by way, congratulating me by way of smiling. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I do support this bill, and even in supporting Mr. Speaker, it is not a new bill, it is a successor to the Betting, Lotteries and Gaming Act. And what it seeks to do is align it to the Constitution, improve it, and also, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I see this bill is going to do is to do away with the constant amendments that we have to do all the time with betting and gaming, Mr. Speaker. So the sort of a certainty that will bring, Mr. Speaker, is very good. But also, it will also clear roles between the county and the national government. Mr. Speaker, this is one area of law that reminds me of humanitarian law, that when I was studying humanitarian law at university, Mr. Speaker, I often asked whether we really should be studying humanitarian law, because humanitarian law is a law of war, Mr. Speaker. Yet we have a law that tells us how to wage war and how not to wage war. For some of us from a positive, not positive, but natural school of law thought, I would rather that we have no law on war, because we shouldn't be fighting anyway. And it's the same thing, Mr. Speaker, that we should not actually have a law on gaming because of what we know it does to our young people. But unfortunately, because of our current modes in society, it's one of the sins that we have accepted Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, sometimes I really wonder that whenever it comes to what especially our churches or community or religious people see as a sin touching on women or sexuality, there will be so much noise. I'm not hearing any noise now from religious leaders on the Gaming Act. Yet the Bible is very clear that gambling is a sin. But there is no noise about it. So sometimes we must also be clear as Christians when it's an issue of our faith or it's just an issue of controlling women. And because if it's an issue of our faith, there should be as much noise on this bill as I see on other issues relating to issues to do with women. Mr. Speaker, having said that, I'd want to say that some of the things, again, because now we have it here, it has been accepted in society, we must regulate it. And because of that, I want to say one of the positive things that I have seen, Mr. Speaker, is that it defines, it outlaws betting with children. However, one of the things I would encourage the committee dealing with this to deal with is to define child, because I've looked at the definition section, and there's no definition of child, because a child should be a person up to 18 years. Mr. Speaker, in my own constituency, many times when you've given, like in the past when, you know, sometimes the bursary was not sufficient, you actually then, as most of us do, get money from your own pocket and give people who are very needy to augment. A woman from Lambwe ward gave her child money, school fees, went to Homa Bay town, betted the entire school fees, and the woman went nuts. She's only just recovering. She actually went mental. And Mr. Speaker, because of those things, we need to be very clear, especially on what a child is, so that it should be up to 18. But we must also have a proviso that even if it is a person above 18, but is still a student, they should be completely precluded from gambling and betting, because we are destroying futures of many of our young people. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say that one of the things I like is that the bill also suggests that 1/3 of the secretariat shall be of either gender. I know that sometimes the majority leader argues with me that it is clear in the Constitution, yet, Mr. Speaker, when we don't provide it in bills, most of the authorities don't then respect that rule. So the Bible tells us that we remind them even when they know. And we know that these provisions are in the Constitution, but because we don't respect them, I would want to encourage everybody that brings a bill that we restate. There can be no sin in restating what is in the Constitution. It may just be a sin to state a different position. So let us restate, especially when it comes to issues touching on gender. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that I celebrate my brothers and sisters, even as we are marking 16 days of activism on gender-based violence, and I'm hoping that we will be true to our women. There have been so many things online about women being violated, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad that quick action has been taken against the perpetrators. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Okay, very well. Congratulations, Honorable Millie Odhiambo, on your election. I believe they noticed that you are a naturalist. So let's give an opportunity to Honorable Sankoka has, of course, spoken. I see top here would be Honorable Angatia Savula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity also.
Order, Honorable Sankok, please put back your card. Yes, proceed.
Also to commend on the gaming bill. I know much has been talked about, but I want to start by saying that I welcome the bill because it's establishing systems and functions that will enable the gaming industry to be regulated effectively. The gaming industry has been run haphazardly because of lack of regulation mechanisms. Mr. Speaker, the gaming industry in this country has had also problems with institutions like Kenya Revenue Authority because of lack of clear regulations. We have an act on how KRA should collect taxes on such gaming activities, but we didn't have a clear authority on how the establishment of the gaming industry should operate. For example, one of the betting companies went to tax appeal tribunal. They have had a lot of tussle with KRA. The tax appeal tribunal has given them a verdict. KRA has appealed because they are operating haphazardly. There were laws governing the tax regime under the Gaming Act, but there were no clear systems on how the gaming industry should operate. I support the establishment of an authority. This authority will have mandate under the operation of a board to appoint qualified people to manage that industry. Mr. Speaker, there is no industry in this world that cannot be run effectively without having a legal board that can create functions, systems, and even look into ways of improving in areas where there are weaknesses in that sector. Mr. Speaker, the authority also establishes on how appointment of the board will be done. We want qualified Kenyans to be appointed to the board. And Mr. Speaker, here I'm insisting, let's give opportunity to the youth who are crying for job opportunities in this country. Mr. Speaker, in this country, we have a culture whereby when any authority is created, the people you bring in as board members, as chairmen, are archaic. Mr. Speaker, even the recent appointment done by the government, we don't see the face of a youth. We want to see the face of a youth in this gaming industry. The youth should regulate themselves, they should control themselves, because the majority of participants in this sector, in this gaming industry, are the youth. Let's give opportunity to the youth who are qualified to sit on the board of this gaming authority so that they can control their own sector. Mr. Speaker, many youth in the villages are idle, to the effect that they either do border riding or they sit down and start gaming. But they are qualified. I have a youth in the village who has a master's degree in the village, but is doing nothing apart from staying on his phone, trying to gamble from morning to evening because of lack of job opportunity. Such a youth, I recommend he should sit on this board. Because of those frustrations, the youth engage in these games from morning to evening without engaging in a proper way of earning a living. You cannot earn a living from gaming. During the last general election, the same youth referred to me as Surebet because I was going to recapture my seat during the last general, but he was doing that because he was idle. He only knows how to capture words like Surebet because he's idle. Because gaming, there's a word they call Surebet. That's why you are sure of when you are gaming under the betting, you will win that game. Mr. Speaker, the board will also have functions. The board will also have powers to conduct business and affairs of the gaming industry. Mr. Speaker, this is a clear cut. We are making this institution very professional. And if you make institution professionals, you discourage bogus individuals from invading this sector and misusing the unemployed youth who wants to earn a living from an organized industry. This is an industry like matatu industry. The matatu industry was to the effect that Honorable Michuki, the former transport minister, brought sanity in the industry, and today there's a certain scale of salary you will pay a matatu driver. There's a certain scale of salary you will pay a matatu conductor. These are what we want. This gaming industry now will create employment for unemployed youth in this sector. Mr. Speaker, I'm so happy today. I've been part of the delegation that have received the BBI report. and is talking about youth employment. Youth employment. This is what we should be creating for this country. We create laws to assist and help the youth in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I beg to support.
What is it, Honorable Sankok?
Honorable Speaker,
yes.
I rise on a point of order because Honorable Member is misleading the House. He's telling us that he is part of the team that received BBI and that he have read the BBI and he knows the content that is in BBI, including youth empowerment, which is totally misleading this House. Honorable Speaker, we are all invited by the President of the Republic of Kenya as members of members of Parliament to go to Bomas of Kenya and officially receive and read and interrogate the BBI report. But for a member to purport that you already know what is contained in BBI, is this shenanigans that is going around, that who is have been invited by the county commissioner, who is not invited. I thank our president because he has proven the prophet of doom wrong, that all of us have been invited.
Order, you have made your point. Maybe I obviously do understand. Of course, I take legislative notice that Honorable Angatia Savula is one of the party leaders of his own party. But what is? But the issue is.
Chair, let me.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, let me just give clarification. We were invited to State House as leaders of political party. I'm the national deputy party leader of a party called ANC. I've been to State House and you'll be given a brief summary of the BBI report. And that is the truth. Let it be on the Hansard. Well, the employment of youth is there. If you are not invited, you are very junior. That's your problem.
Honorable Savula, you have stated your position. You really did not have to be very difficult with Honorable Sankok. I think what Honorable Sankok was simply saying is that let's save the best for last. So let's allow the members to participate tomorrow and get it from the horse's mouth. Now you are leaking a report, but that is okay. You actually, I am sure Honorable Savula was in State House, and that is also the deputy party leader of ANC. That's a factual position. It cannot be disputed. Now, the last person I'm giving the opportunity to speak on this one, because the rest of the membership do not seem to have an interest in the next one, is Honorable Florence Bore, if she wants to speak to this one. Or is it that you wanted to speak to the next one? Okay, proceed, Honorable Florence C.K. Bore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support this bill that has been brought by Dr. Munyaka. I want to thank him because he has brought a bill that we all would want to support in order to guard our youth. Mr. Speaker, I just want to say this bill will go a long way in saving the lives of our youth. Most of them have been able to borrow money from different sources. We are told about 500,000 youths have been blacklisted because of borrowing from M-Shwari and other sources of money like the branch and others. And we want to say that this bill will be able to control that. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say that this bill will help in controlling the gaming machines that had gotten into our villages, the centers within the villages, and it was wooing the youths and even the adults. The little money that they would have, that they would even want to spend on feeding their families, would end up in these gaming machines. Youths would be attracted by the small wins, where they spend about 200 shillings, and they win about 5,000 shillings. That one youth who would win that would go on showing off to the rest of the peers that he has won a game. And this would bring in the youths to come and try betting. So we want to say this betting, this gaming bill should be able to regulate this gaming business. And we have seen how the gaming companies have been rushing to courts every time they are warned or every time they do not pay taxes to government. I want to believe that this bill will be able to control this gaming business. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you, and I want to tell Dr. Munyaka I support the control of this gaming business in Kenya. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's have the mover to reply, and you will take a maximum of 15 minutes. But if you, and I'm saying a maximum of 15 minutes because at 1800 hours, we'll be adjourning the House to discuss the West Pokot landslides. If you take lesser time, we will quickly jump to the particular motion. So it's up to you, Honorable Munyaka.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. From the onset, I want to really thank my colleagues, honorable members of this House, for their very good sentiments and the contributions to this Gaming Bill 2019. Their contributions are actually been very wise, and they are going to form basis of any possible amendments, because I believe during the committee of the whole House, each and every member will have an opportunity to correct or enrich the particular bill. I also want to take the opportunity also to thank my members of my committee, Sports, Culture and Tourism Committee, for the dedication and the contribution. For the more than 1 year, we have been sitting and coming up with this bill, and the exercise during public participation and also during benchmarking trips. I also want to take the opportunity also to thank the Kenyans, many Kenyans, who gave their ideas and views so that this committee can be informed and be able to come up with good amendments. Mr. Speaker, the passage of this bill is going to bring sanity in the gaming industry in Kenya. You will remember that the existing act, the Betting Lotteries and Gaming Act 1966, is a very old act, and it came in place during those days when there was no mobile technology, there was no internet, but due to lack of a good legal framework, Mr. Speaker, gaming operators exploited Kenyans by occupying the vacuum because there was lack of legal framework, especially for the online gaming. And that's why it was the wisdom of this committee to really address the issue of online gaming so that we can be able to control and regulate and make it possible for both operators and the players themselves, including the government, to all benefit from the particular industry. Mr. Speaker, there was a major menace because of the Chinese fake machines which were distributed across the country. But this bill is going to be able to solve that because gaming machines will only be allowed into licensed casinos where there is going to be government officers inside and where the machines which are inside are going to be standardized with the international standards verification, and where we are going to have government officers to see the type of people who will be able to access. There will be no chance for a child to be able to access. In the past, all these machines have been spread in the rural areas, the towns and the streets, with the children actually, even from school, others failing to even reach school because they would spend most of their time just playing. Otherwise, I really want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, and not forget the Office of the Speaker and the Office of the Clerk for the support given to this, my committee. And I hope, and also not remembering 001, member 001, for his very good contribution. And I think he has proposed some amendments, and will support your amendment if it is going to enrich it. I thank you very much. I beg to reply. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Very well. Now you finished it 10 minutes to the hour that had been set up for the motion on Honorable Moroto. So therefore, Honorable Moroto receives extra 10 minutes, which is good for him. Let's have Honorable Moroto moving this particular motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for also giving me this chance to inform Kenyans on what their people or friends in West Pokot are going through. Mr. Speaker, some of you have seen in the television, newspapers, what is happening there. It is horrible, and it is something that we've not even seen since some of us were born. And when you get from the people around there, they'll tell you they have not seen such a thing. Mr. Speaker, we know this is just a nature. It's a nature. But there are some things that is worrying us, as if Kenyans can face such problems, and there's no much help from the people whom they're expecting to support them. Mr. Speaker, the other week, for the last 4 days, I was there, and their members, especially those who are affected, the member for Sigor, who's lost so many people, over 30, and the member for Pokot South. Mr. Speaker, it was even impossible to move from Kapenguria or come from Lodwar, especially the neighbors who wanted to support those people, and even from Turkana and also Baringo, to come and rescue these people here. Because the footbridges which were there, especially the 18 footbridges from Muino, that is towards the Marquette side, all the way to Kainuk, 18 went down. And it was so flooding, overflowing, there's no way you can cross it. So the other side is just, the other people on the other side of Muino were just suffering. Even the neighbors, the Marakwet and the tokens from the other side who are willing to come and support them, there's no way they could come and assist these people. Those people from Kapenguria, Trans Nzoia, Eldoret, who are willing to come and assist these people here. The main bridges, 4 of them, right from Murpus all the way to Marich, went down. And no much help, Mr. Speaker, from our government. We know we have got, the government is there to support people. And they have the materials to support. We have the engineers. We have the military with the footbridges that can even lift it and put it there, Mr. Speaker, to help these people. Even if they don't use even main trucks to cross, but some help, like some people can get donkeys to transport food for these people here. They can use the motorbikes to take the food to the people. If there are this small footbridge, the temporary one, that could help these people, Mr. Speaker. Again, Mr. Speaker, I've said when I was presenting this thing here, that over 60 people have lost their lives. That counted 1, 2, 3 to 60. And they're still recovering some now as we speak here. Many are still missing, including children, Mr. Speaker. Schools were destroyed where these people could go there and take cover or a refuge. There is nothing there now. And it is still raining, Mr. Speaker. So my concern, because I don't want to take much, because there's members who want also to contribute, they're also the Kenyans, because it's not only West Pokot, Mr. Speaker. I've seen what is happening in Isiolo. Although the coverage, the press did not make to Isiolo, but you could tell, even people from there, they are telling even yours is better than this one of Isiolo. We've seen even from the Taita, Mr. Speaker. That's why some of us are feeling as Kenyans, although we suffer also the other side, we count other friends or other Kenyans, the other side, as a part of us, Mr. Speaker. Now, I want to thank, because I've said I want to be brief so that other members can have this, because they will give us more details, especially the member for Sigor and this one from South. Mr. Speaker, sincerely I want to thank Red Cross. These are not, most of them are just volunteers. They don't earn anything, but they have that humanitarian heart to come and help. those from West Pokot, those from Eldoret, in fact, some headed to foot from where they came from to the scene where people are suffering. And they're still there up to now. They're camping, helping these people. These are the Kenyans that we won. That is the Red Cross. I want also to thank the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, he flew to that place. And even up to now, as we speak, his helicopter is there, ferrying the doctors, medical doctors, drugs, even taking food to the people. In fact, he came last evening. He was just taken to Eldoret, and he came by the public to Nairobi. He left those are the people we want. I want to sincerely thank him as a member from there and what he did. In fact, people are feeling on what he's doing. I want also sincerely to thank even the US, because they have given him even their support through Red Cross. Mr. Speaker, this is, we cannot say much, but just to say, this is just the people that God can help them. I want also to thank all Kenyans, especially Moi Referral Hospital, Eldoret. Mr. Speaker, over 40 doctors, including the nurses, who went all the way to and they are still now there. Those are the people who are supported by the helicopter, by His Excellency, the Deputy President, taken to those places. They are not from there, but they are volunteered, and the place is just raining, the place is cold, but they have said we want to stay with the people there. And they're really doing a lot. We are getting some information from the ground that these people are doing. Mr. Speaker, I want also to thank even other Kenyans who have given food. In fact, the food that has been taken to that place is just from the ordinary Kenyans. Those from Trans Nzoia, those from, I said, Marakwet, and all these places. This is a time I've seen the ordinary Kenyan are united. And then they want to see their Kenyans enjoying as the others do. Mr. Speaker, those are some of the things that I wanted just to say, because I want to give time to our colleagues here so that they can give more on this one here. And as a house, my colleagues, we have to think twice. When I talk of individual, few of them, I've mentioned Deputy President. He did not go there as a government, the way I take it myself. Because he went there as a human being. He saw the suffering. He had to leave his helicopter there as a person, Mr. Speaker. Then, Mr. Speaker, that's what I want to say, because I still might have my time and I'm seeing some people.
What is it, Honorable Barasa?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on a point of order to ask if the current speaker is actually in order to suggest that there are moments when the Deputy President of Kenya ceases to be Deputy President, while we know that as long as he holds the office for 5 years, indeed, he is the Deputy President all the time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is he in order to suggest that he's not Deputy President sometimes, and other times he's Mr. Ruto, but other times he's Deputy President and probably not Mr. Ruto? Is he in order in misleading the House that the Deputy President ceases to be Deputy President at some...
I really don't want to get into the debate because, number one, you know, Honorable Barasa, you are a literature teacher. Therefore, sometimes you really read into these things very deeply. And Ruto himself is a pastoralist. I think he needs to explain himself. Honorable Moroto, in my opinion, was saying that in this particular one, he did not come with the trappings of government. He was coming there as a well-wisher, but he can explain himself.
Exactly, Mr. Speaker. You put it right. Because you can go through tomorrow, you can pick even the answer. I've never said, I didn't mention even his name as an ordinary person. But I said he came there as a human being. He felt it. Why I'm saying that now let me go further if you want me now to go further.
Let's leave it there. Honorable Moroto, you are clear enough. No, let's honorable members, these are very serious matter. I don't think we need to. Well, honorable members, I'll give you an opportunity to speak on this one.
Yeah, okay.
So let's go first to Honorable Mwakuona Mwashako, and then I'll give those members who actually want to, you can now speak when you get an opportunity, so that we can have as many members speak to this as possible. Let's proceed. Honorable Moroto, you had finalized your contribution. So Honorable Mwashako.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Najua Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati Mheshimiwa Milo Odhiambo akitisha hoja ya nidhamu, tunangoja tusikie ni gani. Leo ametaja chura, kwamba wengine ni wanadamu lakini wengine ni chura. Sasa sikuelewa kama hiyo ilitokea wapi, lakini tunamwelewa manake yeye ni gwiji katika mambo ya bunge. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nami nasimama kuunga mkono mjadala huu ambao umeletwa ndani ya bunge, kuongea masuala ambayo yamekumba nchi yetu, sana sana masuala ambayo yanafungamana na lile janga ambalo limetokea kule West Pokot, county ile ambayo Mheshimiwa Moroto anatokea. Nataka kumpongeza sana kama mzee, kama mheshimiwa wa bunge hili. Ameleta jambo hili, limeangaziwa sana katika vyombo vya habari, lakini bunge la kitaifa limepata nafasi nzuri ya kujadili swala hili. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa kweli janga lile ni janga nzito. Ni janga ambalo Kenya nzima imepigwa na butwa. Kila mmoja tunapoangalia runinga tunaona kweli watu wa pale wanateseka. Kwa hivyo mimi kwa niaba ya watu wangu kutoka Undanyi na Taita Taveta, natoa pole zangu kwa Mheshimiwa Moroto na wabunge wote wa maeneo yale ya West Pokot, na kuwapa pole, na Mungu akaweke roho za wale waliopoteza maisha yao mahali pema peponi. Mheshimiwa Spika, pia nataka kuchukua nafasi hii kueleza bunge hili na nchi nzima kwamba janga lile lilotokea West Pokot, si West Pokot peke yake. Mambo haya yametendeka karibu kaunti nyingi nchini, na kaunti yangu ya Taita Taveta imekuwa pia ni mojawapo ya kaunti zile ambazo zimepigwa sana na mambo haya. Mheshimiwa Spika, kweli tulililia mvua na tukatamani sana mvua inyeshe, lakini mvua ya mwaka huu hatujaiona miaka mingi. Na sasa mimi ambaye ninatoka maeneo yale ya miunuko kama kule Taita, masehemu zangu za Bundanyi, Mheshimiwa Spika, tumepata taabu kubwa. Kule kwangu Mheshimiwa Spika, juzi tulipoteza mtoto mdogo ambaye nyumba ya kwao ilisukumwa na maporomoko ya ardhi. Mheshimiwa Spika, leo hii ninavyoongea hapa, mchana wa leo kulikuwa na kamati ya kupigana ama ya utayari wa mambo ya majanga kule kwangu Undanyi, ikiongozwa na mkuu wa kata ndogo ya Undanyi ya Taita, wakiangalia, wakitathmini hasara iliyoletwa na maporomoko yale. Kwangu Mheshimiwa Spika, nitakujuza tu, Undanyi iko katika sehemu moja 60% ama 60% ya constituency yangu ni miinuko, ambayo wakati mvua hii ilipoanza kunyesha, Mheshimiwa Spika, leo hii nina familia 170 ambazo zimeadhirika sana na masuala haya. Na nashukuru Mheshimiwa Spika, juzi niliongea na Waziri Matiang'i na kumjulisha kwamba kule kwangu nina matatizo makubwa, na nashukuru kwa sababu alituma kupitia ofisi ya mkuu wa Regional Commissioner kule Mombasa, wakaongea na County Commissioner na ili wakatathmini hasara iliyoletwa na maporomoko yale. Mheshimiwa Spika, familia 170, kila familia ina watu karibu 6 na zingine zina watu 7 na 8. Kwa hivyo nina watu 1000 ambao wameadhirika sana na maporomoko yale. Alafu tena nyumba zao zote ambazo zimebomolewa, na ni jambo ambalo bunge hili najua tuko na mfuko na budget, na leo tumeweka budget estimates za supplementary budget. Tuna pesa ile inaitwa ya disaster management fund Naomba kwamba watu wale wakapewe fidia, nyumba zile ikiwezekana zikajengwe tena na serikali, manake watu wale hawana mbele hawana nyuma. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni watu maskini. Pesa ya shule ya kusomesha watoto wao ni shida. Pesa ya kula ni shida. Leo hii hawana makao. So naomba bunge hili, na wakati tunapomaliza mjadala huu, liseme kwamba serikali ya kitaifa inapoendelea bwana kujengea watu wa West Pokot wale walioathirika, watakana wajengewe nyumba zile, kule Taita Taveta, Undanyi wajengewe nyumba zile. Na nashukuru Red Cross sana na World Vision, wamesema kesho kutwa wanapeleka mablanketi, wanapeleka nets za mbu ili tukasaidia watu wetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, serikali lazima ikafidie watu wale na wakajengewe ili wakarudishwe katika zile hali walizokuwa mbeleni. Barabara vile vile, Mheshimiwa Spika, zimeathirika sana, na tunaomba kwamba serikali kupitia kera ipate pesa zitumwe mashinani ili West Pokot, Taita na Isiolo na kuna Tana River kule kumeleta shida, barabara zile zikapate kurudishwa katika hali zilizokuwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka kusimamia hapo kwa sababu muda wangu umeisha, lakini ni jambo ambalo serikali lazima ikaenda.
Thank you. Now, I know there are members from that particular area, of course, Honorable Kosing, Honorable Lochakapong. But before I give them the opportunity, let me give two other members first, and then now I come back to them for them to give an opportunity. So let's start with, yes, Honorable Mwashako to my left, so I'll go to Honorable Sankok, and then come again to my left, and then we look at what the members from the area will come, and then we open again. As many as about 20 members will speak, so we might have time for
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for this particular opportunity. Honorable Speaker, let me start by sending my sincere condolences to the people of West Pokot, because it is a painful disaster, Honorable Speaker, and we feel their pain. May God be with them at this trying moment. Honorable Speaker, it is very painful, and those children who are buried alive are children who have their parents. Honorable Speaker, those men and women who are buried alive are fathers, mothers, and they were sisters to our fellow Kenyan citizens, and I know and I feel their pain, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and I want to thank again the Deputy President for having reached that particular region. Honorable Speaker, but it was shameful for our whole Interior Cabinet Secretary, who is in the docket of making sure that we are secure within our borders, to give excuses that it was because of weather that you could not have reached where disaster have struck this country. And he's supposed to be in charge of disaster management team, and he's supposed to be in charge of our security within our borders. Honorable Speaker, I want to ask Matiang'i that next time we have disaster in any corner of our country, use your helicopter. If the weather is bad, get into the car, get into a matatu, get into a boda boda, get into a bicycle, get into a doggy, and reach to where Kenyans are facing disaster.
Order. Honorable Janet Ongera. What is it, Honorable Janet Ongera?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to ask, did you hear that the honorable member say that if the Minister for Interior and National Coordination, actually the Prime Minister of Kenya, did you hear, Mr. Speaker, him saying that he should use his own chopper? Where can a minister of government get his own chopper other than use the military choppers? Mr. Speaker, is he in order to allege that the minister...
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Just a minute, let Honorable Ongera finish, please.
Don't eat into my time.
Give the mic to Honorable Ongera.
Mr. Speaker, is he in order to allege that the minister should do covert or overt deals in order to buy himself a chopper?
Well, I think we are completely diverting ourselves from the...
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
This one. So both sides, generally, I think should stick to this particular motion, which is very serious, honorable members, which is very serious. You know, when we are dealing with such a serious matter, let's not throw, unnecessary words by both sides. You know, and let's not try and seek political mileage out of it. Let us see how we can help these Kenyans. We have lost quite a number of lives, and I believe we can really give respect to those people by speaking on their behalf and of those others who are alive. So let's proceed
Honorable
in a more
Speaker,
sober manner. It's a very serious debate.
Thank you very much. This is a very serious debate, Honorable Speaker, but with a lot of respect, I have to forgive my fellow Honorable member for referring to a mayor cabinet secretary as a prime minister. We know that in Kenya, the constitution does not have a prime minister, but I understand, being a mono, I understand where she comes from. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker.
I think you've almost finished your time diverting. You know, well, let me
You are eating into my time.
Let me just inform you something, Honorable Sankok. I do not know the meaning of a mono, but if the mono is the one I used to know, a one-timer, definitely Honorable Janet Ongera is not. You know, Janet Ongera has been around for some time. Well, for you, Honorable Sankok, I wouldn't know if I should describe you as that. I would rather just describe you as a Honorable Member of Parliament and leave it at that. But for sure, you are serving your first term as nominee 001. So let's not throw in those terms. It does not make sense. You have some, it would have been 10 seconds, but I'm giving you an additional 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, in the same vein, Honorable Speaker, I want to request Kenyans that probably because of us destroying our environment, that is why nature is hitting back. Very strong force, Honorable Speaker, so I'll request members of this republic to plant more trees so that we can conserve our environment, so that the nature will not be hitting back at us the way it have done, Honorable Speaker. And also to request our West Pokot brothers, Honorable Speaker, to stop cattle rustling, because it may be the blood of our brothers in graves that are crying for us because of cattle rustling, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, let us.
So I will give Honorable Sosion, please. And then I see, well, I'll give Honorable Sosion. Members, you will speak. I can see Honorable Junet and the rest, you will have an opportunity. So let's have Honorable Sosion.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support this motion that is of great national importance that should not be trivialized. And I thank Honorable Ruto for bringing it to this House. Mr. Speaker, I also begin by sending condolences to the affected families, noting very strongly that many children and women are victims of this disaster. And we share with the members of parliament from the affected regions and the entire republic. It is not only West Pokot mourning. We are all affected as a country. Mr. Speaker, we are dealing with climate change. And climate change is real. Climate change is not only in West Pokot. It is everywhere. We've witnessed this chain of disasters everywhere. Globally within the continent, the southern tip of this continent has begun receiving very dangerous cyclones that claimed lives early in the year. And within this country, we were told of strong winds by the meteorological department. What does this mean? It is in West Pokot today, the floods of Budalangi that we normally witness might even be 3 times more than what we normally witness. Climate change means extreme aspects of weather in terms of floods and in terms of drought. And that is why this country should invite itself to engage deeply in conversation on climate change. Mr. Speaker, as we mourn those who have suffered in West Pokot, this country has got very strong measures of dealing with drought. The response to drought has been so good in terms of delivery of food, in terms of strategic measures. But because this phenomenon of floods is new, the country doesn't seem to be prepared at all. And I think this is what we should be talking about, the response measures, so that it is the government and the country responding to such disasters rather than individuals. What is our preparedness as a country? What are the lessons that we are learning? Mr. Speaker, I was very keen to know whether the meteorological department actually predicted this. And the report we have is that the meteorological department predicted that these disasters would happen. And then the big question is, what is the connection in terms of communication from the reports of the meteorological department and sensitizing people on the ground? This is where the missing link comes in. Because when you look at the meteorological department, they've done a fantastic job. They've got very good data and information. How do we then reach the people through our security organs and information systems? I think that is what we should be talking about. Moving forward, how can we effectively prepare as a country so that we can save lives? We don't talk of West Pokot today, then the next day we are talking about another region. I believe this is a critical national matter that must be addressed seriously, and this country must address itself then to respond seriously to floods and this magnitude of disasters. Mr. Speaker, sir, I wonder about legislation, even in terms of early warning systems. We got to get down and engage in serious legislation in the face of climate change. Mr. Speaker, we've lost lives, and we'll keep losing lives, and we'll still go round in circles as talking. But I think we've got to move pragmatically. Even the current form of infrastructure with climate change shall have to change. It will be more costly. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this motion, and I think more needs to be done so that it's government responding, and we should be having strong measures and frameworks in place to respond to disasters related to climate change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That was a very sound contribution without any diversion, so I hope members can follow that. Let's have the member for the area, Honorable Kosing. And I'll still give more members from that particular area, Emma and others.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance. And I want to appreciate the message of condolences that has been given by my colleagues who have spoken before me, and also Honorable Moroto, who brought up this issue. Honorable Speaker, yes, it is my constituency that suffered the most. And that's why you have not been seeing me around, Honorable Speaker, because I've been on the ground from Saturday. When it occurred, Honorable Speaker, the eve of Friday. And what happened, Honorable Speaker, it covered an area, for honorable members of the House to appreciate, it covered an area of about 300 kilometers square in my constituency and the Sigor constituency of Honorable Ochakapong here, Honorable Speaker. Saturday morning we woke to be reported and to be told 51 people died. Honorable Speaker, I participated in excavating about 12 bodies on Saturday morning, Honorable Speaker. It's very sad for West Pokot and my constituents, Honorable Speaker, and I thank you for giving us this opportunity to ventilate and send some information for the national interest. Honorable Speaker, many, about 20,000 people then who are still alive are affected in one or another, and they are in camps, and we have 3 camps in West Pokot, Honorable Speaker, for the House. We have a camp in Nyerkulian, the biggest, which is like about 10,500 feet above sea level, Honorable Speaker. We have another one in Parwa Primary School and another one in Tamkal Primary School, Honorable Speaker, hosting those number of people that I'm talking about. So therefore, Honorable Speaker, this has never happened in West Pokot, and in the history of our community, such things have never happened, that in one night we lose 51 lives. And still, Honorable Speaker, because we don't have the machinery, people are still excavating to see their loved ones, because we have quite a number that are still missing, Honorable Speaker, in West Pokot. And therefore, Speaker, I want to take this opportunity as a victim, Honorable Speaker, then to thank also Red Cross, and first of all to begin by thanking His Excellency the President himself, because he's the one who led this process, Honorable Speaker, of rescue mission in West Pokot. He called me himself and we talked, and he sent his message of condolence to the great people of Pokot South and West Pokot in general, and also the Deputy President for finding time to come, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, I think where we should now concentrate, and I want to join colleagues, and this is not politics, Honorable Speaker, because we oversight people, it is the responsibility of the House that should something that we feel is not properly done, Honorable Speaker, that we should say. I want to say like this as being born in that area and grew up in that area, and now a leader, that Honorable Speaker, The people we give responsibilities as a House must take their responsibility seriously. And particularly, Honorable Speaker, the Cabinet Secretaries and all other people who are charged with responsibility of responding, Honorable Speaker. Because what happened from Saturday up to yesterday, Honorable Speaker, has been like a ping-pong kind of talk, Honorable Speaker, because it is a truth that some people did not reach where they're supposed to reach, and they blamed on weather, Honorable Speaker. I was surprised because even on that day, Honorable Speaker, I was able even to travel, on helicopter with the Deputy, His Excellency the Deputy President, Honorable Speaker, to the areas which were affected, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, we were asking ourselves as local people whether there is a weather for other people, and then there is also another one for other people, Honorable Speaker. This is very important to say, Honorable Speaker, because our people, my people, still require intervention. And that's why we have to raise up, Honorable Speaker, that if some of these interventions that we are seeking, and the people we are seeking this intervention from, Honorable Speaker, are the ones holding the responsibilities. They are the ones holding the basket. Where is emergency fund being held? It is held in Interior and Treasury, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, if they are not serious about handling and responding to the emergencies in this country, Honorable Speaker, then that's where we have a problem, and we have to speak, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I want to say and plead with the people who missed to go there, Honorable Speaker, that let us now go quickly. I am appealing to the Army to provide, Honorable Speaker, for the bridges. The bridge in Weiwei, the bridge in Ortum, the bridge in Sepit, Honorable Speaker, must be done very quickly. And Honorable Speaker, other small bridges that we have made communication, Honorable Speaker, but more important, Honorable Speaker, we as the Pokot people, we are lamenting that some of these characters have been spoiling the image of the Pokot by all the time saying that Pokot is bad, Pokot cannot be visited, Pokot is insecure, Pokot is bad weather, Pokot is this. That is why, Honorable Speaker, our image has been spoiled. I want to thank the President of the Republic of Kenya for being a good ambassador of West Pokot and the Deputy President. I think those are the only two people, Honorable Speaker, that have realized that there's something good in West Pokot, Honorable Speaker. But the others, the subjects who are working under them, must appreciate that we give them the responsibilities for a while, and they should look at the Pokot as their own brother.
Okay, let's have a Honorable Lochakapong, member for Sigor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I want to begin by, first of all, sending a message of condolence to the people of West Pokot, the people of Tamkal, in Muino, and Nyarkulian, and Parua, those who lost their loved ones. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that what happened in West Pokot is a disaster that has never been witnessed in the recent past, in very many years. And I want to say that we really required urgent government intervention. And it should be urgent in the real meaning of urgent. I want to thank the President for constituting a multi-agency team to deal with this issue. But I want to say that as at now, we have lost over 60 people. And specifically in Sigor constituency, we have lost 21 people. Some about 11 bodies have been recovered, and about 10 are yet to be accounted for. We have not yet found those bodies. And I want to, in this team, thank the team on the ground, thank the Red Cross who are there and who are involved in the rescue operation, the Kenya Armed Forces. But I want to urge them to work with the local people and the local leaders so as to be able to get to rescue and even recover the bodies that have not been accounted up to this point. I want to say that we have had a lot of, from this disaster, we have had a lot of losses because roads are not now passable. Bridges have been destroyed. About 5 main bridges have been destroyed from Sebit to Marich, about 4 of them. And then a bridge connecting West Pokot and Elgeyo Marakwet and Baringo was swept away. And that needs to be fixed urgently so that people can move from West Pokot towards Elgeyo Marakwet and Baringo and do their businesses as usual. So I want to say that we need urgent intervention. For lives to be normalized, we need that urgent intervention. Those footbridges, 18 of them that were swept in River Weiwei, something has to be done and done urgently so that our people can move from one side of the river to the other, because they are not now used to this where they are not able to cross this river, because in the whole of this river from Muino to Kainuk, there is really nothing. Everything was swept. And I want to say that that needs to be urgently addressed. And then schools, I think the Minister of Education should also visit those areas to ascertain the extent of destruction that was done to schools in those areas. And then, of course, crops and livestock were also destroyed. Now, urgently, Honorable Speaker, what we require for the people who were affected, we urgently need food, we need shelter, we also need clothing, and we need medical personnel to go to that place to help these people. I was in that place from Saturday morning up to last evening. And I want to say that the situation is bad. And like in Tamkal now, in Sigor constituency, you can only access that place through a chopper if you are coming from Kapenguria, or by road through Marakwet. In fact, yesterday I had to travel through Marakwet to Eldoret. Distance maybe took about 7 hours. But I want to say that I also want to thank those who have assisted us, who have come there, the Kenya Army, His Excellency the Deputy President, Honorable Murkomen and team. And I want to say, from what we hear, people should not use this situation to play power games. Power games. This is a situation of lives. We are talking about lives lost and humanitarian support required by the people affected by landslide and the ravaging floods. So this is a time we need all of us to come in and unite and help Kenyans. So that's what I want to say. So I want to say that those who are
the Honorable Mark Lomnokol, member for Kacheliba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this statement that has come as a result of the disaster that struck our nation, the Pokot part. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed, I want to take this opportunity to convey my heartfelt condolence to the families who lost their loved ones and the nation at large. Mr. Speaker, may I also take this opportunity to thank all the people who struggled to reach the affected places, starting with the organizations that responded with the swiftness we require. My appreciation goes to Red Cross Kenya. My appreciation also goes to the leadership of this country, the Deputy President, the senators who attended, who visited the area, the MPs, religious leaders, and everyone who made sure that they visited the people. Mr. Speaker, as we speak now, the death toll continues to rise. As of today, it is reported that over 50 people have lost their lives, with scores still missing, which will definitely raise the number to unbelievable or to unbelievable and to bad levels. Mr. Speaker, the survivors in those areas, as we debate in this House, live in very bad conditions. People who had houses in their lives right now do not have houses, are spending their lives in the cold, without clean water to drink, no food, no basic needs, the shelter. That calls that as a nation, we need to do the needful in order to save them. Mr. Speaker, when a disaster like this one strikes, we should be asking the following questions as a country. How do we respond to a disaster like landslide or mudslide when it occurs? Question 2, how can we prevent a mudslide from occurring in the future? Mr. Speaker, below are the answers. The affected should be relocated to safer grounds and be compensated with land in government farms like the ADCs, or buy out lands to give them a place to live. The government should also move with speed in planting of trees so that future attacks of this magnitude should be averted. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, this country seems not to have learned from previous attacks, like the Westgate attacks, the falling houses in Nairobi, because our level of response is still slow. It is 4 days old since the disaster struck. And as we speak now, many of the bodies are still trapped in the mud. Mr. Speaker, if the military chopper fails to reach the place, who else can do that? It's a question we need to ask ourselves. Mr. Speaker, someone should take responsibility on this matter. And that person should do the honorable thing by resigning. How could a whole minister not reach the place, and yet I'm sure he will draw per diem on pretext that he won't reach the Eldoret? Mr. Speaker, it is very important that as a nation, when such a thing happens anywhere in the country, should it be in Kizilan, anywhere, we should be seeing our government officials in solidarity making efforts to ensure that they reach.
The Honorable Junet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute to this motion. Mr. Speaker, first I would like to take this opportunity to send my message of condolences to the people of West Pokot, Mr. Speaker, and to the families and Kenyans that have lost their loved ones in that disaster, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's very painful to lose people in that kind of disaster, Mr. Speaker, where you are not aware, you are just asleep and it's raining and just things happen and people are swept by floods, and some of them you cannot even recover their bodies, Mr. Speaker, up to today. Mr. Speaker, having said that, I think the question that we need to interrogate now as a House is, Mr. Speaker, how do we respond to disasters in this country, Mr. Speaker? That is the main thing, because it's not going to be the first one, neither is it going to be the last one, Mr. Speaker. Disasters do happen, and they happen all over the world. As Honorable Sosiona said, climate change has caught up with us, and that climate change has brought a lot of effects on the mode of life, the way people live in this universe, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thought when we got the new constitution, we said we want to devolve power and resources to the lower level, to the counties, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, devolution is supposed to avert many of the problems Kenyans are facing at the local level, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today if you lose lives and you expect response from Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, that at this era in 2019, Mr. Speaker, is really shocking. Mr. Speaker, our counties must up their game. They are not receiving monies like the former county councils and municipal councils, Mr. Speaker. These counties are receiving billions of shillings, Mr. Speaker. That is enough to respond to any disaster that happens in that area. The only thing the national government can do is to respond to that, to reinforce them and help them where they can. But Mr. Speaker, if we still live in the era of yesteryears where everything was centralized and anything that happens in the country, the response must come from Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, then I don't see the reason why you should have devolution. We should fold it up and we go back to the old order of unitary system of government, where you have to wait for the DC to do everything and the DO. So, Mr. Speaker, as much as I know this was a disaster of high magnitude, but Mr. Speaker, I think the county governments should be well equipped to handle some of these disasters, Mr. Speaker, because they are the first line of defense. They are the people who are on the ground. They are the people who live with those people. They are governments, for heaven's sake. The name they have in the Constitution is county government. If a government cannot rescue the life of its citizens, it doesn't need to be called a government. It should be disbanded. So West Pokot, the last time I checked, was receiving exchequer from government. I don't know where that money has gone to. You expect 2 choppers to come from Nairobi to help you to alleviate a disaster, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the county government has failed its responsibility, Mr. Speaker, and they must...
The Honorable question, what is out of order? Hold on, the Honorable Unit.
Honorable Speaker, is my senior, not in terms of House, but in terms of leadership, in order, Honorable Speaker, to insinuate that security is a county function. It is not, Honorable Speaker. My last time to check the Constitution reads that the responsibility of taking care of security of the people of Kenya is a national government function, Honorable Speaker. Number 2, the resources we fought as House goes to national government. Is it in order?
The Honorable Kossing, you have made your point.
Yeah, is it in order,
National security.
Or is playing politics?
Security is a national issue. You're absolutely right. The Honorable Unit, proceed. And
Mr. Speaker, I totally agree with him that security is a national function, but here we are discussing a disaster that befell on people. And I'm sure people are not being secured from God, because we believe disasters come from God. They don't come from human beings. So if we cattle wrestling, people killing each other, that's a national security issue. But disasters from God, no national government official knows what God is going to do to me tomorrow morning, Mr. Speaker. So that is why I'm saying the county governments who are nearby the people who are affected must be the first line of defense, Mr. Speaker. And they're receiving billions of shillings. Tell your governor to stop being a comedian. Let him respond to the people. Let him work and respond to that disaster, Mr. Speaker. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I condole with the Pokot people, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honorable Unit, you are a very, you are a very clever debater. It is true, this is an act of God. And we are all speaking the same language, that probably our disaster preparedness as a nation and in our different capacities is wanting. I think that is what we are saying here. The Honorable Buyu, member for Kisumu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, right from the onset, I'd like to say that I support this motion, as my heart goes to hundreds of people who've lost their lives. Mr. Speaker, the worst thing about it all is that this happened at 2 a.m. when women or mothers and their children and fathers were all asleep. And in the thick of the night, it was very difficult to get immediate help. Mr. Speaker, when it was reported in one of our TV stations that a mother had gone to bed with her 6 children and they were all swept away and they all lost their lives, Mr. Speaker, my heart went out to that family and to the loved ones, to the people who'd lost their loved ones, and to the people who'd actually lost their lives, because this caught everybody else unaware. Mr. Speaker, indeed, I'd like to support the Honorable who's just spoken, Honorable Junet, because what this calamity shows is that our devolution is actually failing. Mr. Speaker, not too long ago, the House was debating about how much we should give to the counties. And the governors put up a spirited fight, looking for more money. Mr. Speaker, when 60 or more lives are lost within our counties, in a situation where some help would have been accorded to these people, Mr. Speaker, then I say, I'm glad that the National Assembly stopped the counties from getting all that money that they wanted. because losing one life is a life too many. And if the money that we give to the counties cannot actually be used to prepare for such calamities, at least to lessen the effect and the impact, then, Mr. Speaker, we really have to relook at what devolution stands for. Mr. Speaker, now that this has happened and the county government seems to have also failed in showing enough help to the people, the county government must now focus in looking at issues of health. Mr. Speaker, when you move too many people to a small area, because people now have to move, we will have a lot of diseases coming up, Mr. Speaker, especially given that there's too much flooding now. The county government, given that the health department is also devolved, must actually come up and ensure that we don't have diseases coming up as a result of the flooding and congestion that we must be experiencing. Mr. Speaker, I want to also talk about floods that are related to this landslide. I come from an area where we are also experiencing a lot of flooding and some disaster or dangers from that flooding. I'm talking about an area like Usoma in Kisumu West Sub-County, an area like Kapwote in Kisumu Central Sub-County, where because of floods, people have gone through untold suffering. They've lost their houses, they've lost their belongings, and they've also had to move them into camps or schools or churches, Mr. Speaker. And this just calls on attention and preparedness and taking the work of the meteorological department seriously, Mr. Speaker. Because indeed, when they forecast weather, we don't seem to take this seriously. Otherwise, if we did, then we'd be showing a bit of preparedness in calamities such as this. Even if we cannot stop them, at least we can curb such negative or strong impacts, Mr. Speaker. So I'd like to thank Red Cross, because in many areas and in many countries, Red Cross seems to be doing the work that the counties are actually supposed to do. And during calamities like this, Red Cross in every part of this country seem to be coming up as the savior of the people. So I want to thank the Red Cross. And in thanking the Red Cross, Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank the national government for what they've done. Mr. Speaker, I've had a few people come up and say they are thanking the Deputy President directly as an individual. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind this House that the Deputy President, in doing what he was doing, he happens to be the Deputy President of this country. And so when he offers a hand, we see the government as offering a hand. Mr. Speaker, once again, I thank the owner of this motion, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, once again, my heart goes out.
The Honorable Kamket.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to this motion. Mr. Speaker, before I say much, I want to condole with my brothers and sisters from West Pokot County. I come from Tiaty, and Tiaty is 100% Pokot. Mr. Speaker, this was a disaster of unbelievable disaster to strike our region. And as the leader of Tiaty, I here stand to mourn with my brothers. And we are with them in prayer at this very difficult moment. And we pray that God favors the living, and those who have gone ahead of us, may their souls rest in eternal peace. Mr. Speaker, I want to say this, that this disaster is unprecedented. The magnitude of this disaster is unprecedented. But I want to say that the response agencies, Kenya Red Cross was very swift, and I want to sincerely thank Kenya Red Cross for their swift response. I also, Mr. Speaker, want to thank other agencies who went there. I want to thank the national government for the quick response in terms of forming a multi-agency response team that was headed by the county commissioner. And I want to differ with my colleagues that the response from government was a bit slow. I want to say that the response of the national government has been very good so far in terms of helping our people. When this disaster happened, Mr. Speaker, me and my colleague, Honorable Ochakapong, and member for Elgeyo Marakwet, East and West were in that region, and the amount of rainfall that fell that night was just too much. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I was almost one of the casualties of that disaster. As I was trying to cross River Kerio, my vehicle almost got swept away by floods. But I'm lucky to be here. Mr. Speaker, the amount of destruction that was caused by these floods is immense. We are talking about the loss of human life, but we are also talking about a lot of damage in terms of infrastructure. The roads, the footbridges, and the livestock lost. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal to all Kenyans of goodwill, as was said earlier by my colleagues, that the amount of response we have received from government and other agents is little in terms of the magnitude of the problem. So I want to urge all Kenyans, including the churches and other Kenyans of goodwill, to move with speed and try to see how they can help all those affected families in order to rebuild their lives back to normal. There is also the psychological aspect of those, especially the traumatized children who suffered, who still suffer silently because of loss of loved ones and trauma. Mr. Speaker, there is something I hate when people try to politicize such a disaster. Coming here to blame Minister Matiang'i for bad weather is a bit insincere on the part of my colleagues. Because, Mr. Speaker, when we have members of parliament, when we have even a person at the level of the deputy president, people who go, instead of helping, they are going there to take selfies. Instead of trying to help the people. It is really wrong. So I want to say...
What is out of order?
No, let me... Honorable Speaker, we know where Kamket is coming from, Honorable Kamket. But Honorable Speaker, is he in order to come and tell people here that somebody of stature of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, I know he's being used by Kano to abuse the Deputy President, and he has been used. I know that.
Honorable Kosi,
Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Kosi, what is out of order?
No, that's what I'm saying, Honorable Speaker. That
no, the Honorable Kosi, you have not raised any substantial point of order. The Honorable Kamket, proceed. The Honorable Kosi, resume your seat. The Honorable Kamket, your time has actually lapsed, and the Honorable Kamket, I think this is 0 hour. Let others also. You know, time is running. The Honorable Mulolua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I want also to agree with my colleagues who have spoken before me. This is a motion of national importance. We've lost people in West Pokot. I want to condole with them and their families on my own behalf and on behalf of my people from Voi to say, pole for these people. Mr. Speaker, this should not be politicized. This is people who have lost lives. We should not be sitting here talking about politics when people are buried, when you're having people who have not even been seen, some of them cannot be located where they are, and even some who are even injured, they cannot be taken to hospital because there are no roads. We should concentrate on what actually is the emotion about this. Mr. Speaker, when we want to destroy this country is when we start politicizing everything what happens. It is true, we have not taken care of our nature. Nature is actually fighting back. We have not treated nature well. We are cutting trees everywhere. We are taking sand from rivers. Everything has not been done right in this country. But having said that, I think it's the government. If the Red Cross reached where the people are, you cannot tell me the government could not make it to that place. The government should be serious about some of these things. We have the county government. We have not seen any county government vehicle from West Pokot reaching those people. I think, having said that, we need to see how do we manage our disasters in future.
The Honorable Mulolwa, I thought the Honorable Deputy President, His Excellency the Deputy President, was in West Pokot at the site.
Mr. Speaker, I hear he went there as an individual. I don't know how. But I was expecting some KDF aircrafts to be there distributing food to the people. People who are still hungry, they don't have food, they don't have water. And if he made it, for sure, why come some other people cannot reach there? So, Mr. Speaker, this is a national issue. It is not only in West Pokot. Maybe the magnitude was much higher than other areas. In my county, Taita Taveta, homes have been destroyed, especially in areas, hilly areas like Wundani constituency. They are all destroyed. The roads are impassable now. I think these are the issues we should be talking about rather than looking at politics. Mr. Speaker, I beg to support.
The Honorable Ngwenji, because of his age, the seniority.
Yeah, Finya Mimi. Okay. Thanks, Mr. Speaker, for giving me a chance to contribute to this motion. Mr. Speaker, I'm a very sad person because my people have died out of this calamity. I always call myself a Pokot because I admire the character of the Pokotis. But this incident actually raises various questions. One, is this country prepared for this kind of events? Are we trying to handle our climate? Two, when this kind of situation happens, do we need to politicize it? Where I come from, there is a saying that dangemwangane mwanja nere matati. Dangemwangane mwanja nere matati. That you can hate each other, you can reject each other, but if a relative or a person of your person dies, you all set those things aside and you all come together. So such that unless the other person whom you don't work with kill that person, then if we did not kill that person, or we should not kill that person, then when there is a funeral, when there is a death, you all come together and condole each other. We should be condoling the people of West Pokot. We should not be politicizing it. With all due respect to my colleagues here, yes, some of the two or three ministers were trying to get there, but their pilot told them the flight cannot be made at that point. Today you want them to go there and die so they can have more people dying. No, you see what we want. What we want is action to assist the people of West Pokot. Those bridges which are blown off the government, the national government, should undertake them immediately. The people who need relief food should be assisted immediately. If the county, the national government and county government cannot reach those areas, let them give those food, that food, and the other assistance to the Red Cross, which has gone there. That's what I would like to look for. And when this disaster has come, I hope we will not be just reacting to disasters when they come. I hope from now on, this parliament will have to ensure that there are adequate resources set aside for this kind of disasters. We have got the power of managing and preparing the budget. We must scrutinize that budget. Is there a vote for this kind of disasters? Because it may happen to West Pokot today. Next time it may be in Kisii. Next time it may be in Ukambani. You never know. It's already in Ukambani, I understand. So we should really prepare to handle and we should have something like the Songo rescue team, which has been running when there is a disaster somewhere, it goes and rescues people. We should have a national disaster team which handles this kind of situation. With those few remarks, I condole with the people of West Pokot.
The Honorable Hassan Rehema, member for Tana River.
Asante.
Members, the Honorable Kevin Wanyo, member for Kwanza. You cannot throw your hands up in the air. The speaker has only one microphone he can give. No, I think you are out of order. You are out of order. You always speak in this house. You must let other members also speak when they have an opportunity. The Honorable Rehema, proceed.
Asante sana Bwana Spika. Hata mimi nasimama kuunga mkono huu mjadala na pia kutuma risala za rambirambi kwa wakazi wa West Pokot. Pia ningependa kuongeza sauti kama jambo kama hili la huzuni limetokezea. Ninaomba waheshimiwa wenzangu tusikajeli wenzetu. Wakati wenzetu wamepoteza watu wao wanahuzunika, sisi tunakuja tunalifanya jambo la siasa hapa. Wengine wajapata watu wao bado, hata wajawazika. Sisi hapa tunafanya siasa nyingi baada ya kutafuta suluhu ya kudumu ya hiyo shida. Mimi pia, watu wa Tana River tunavozungumza, nikianzia hapa ziwani karibu na Garissa, na Gariseni sehemu ya Tana Delta, watu wamepoteza makazi, mimea, hata mifugo. Hawana mahali pa kulala. Mimi pia ningeomba serikali, kwa sababu ile idara ambayo iko kwa county, hata kwa huku national government, kwa serikali ya juu bado iko. Kwa hivyo mimi ningeomba pia serikali ijaribu kuwasaidia hao walioathirika na mafuriko na malazi, chakula na hata madawa, kwa sababu wakati wa maji kama hivi, mafuriko, huwa kuna magonjwa mengi. Ningeomba pia tusaidiwe. Mimi pia ningeomba kuomba kama suluhu ya kudumu kwa especially hasa kwa hili janga la mafuriko la Tana Delta. Wakati TARDA ilivyokuwa inaanza ile irrigation scheme yao ya mchele, walikuwa wameweka ukuta mkubwa ambao tulikuwa tunaita band. Sijui ndio dai kama ndio nini walikuwa wamejenga huko. Ile ni kama imeteremka kidogo. Mimi ningeomba watu wa TARDA waende wainue ule ukuta, ndio kuzuia maji tena yasiingie kwa mashamba na majumba ya watu. Sehemu ya ziwani kuna mahali ambapo maji yakifurika hata kidogo, huwa maji yanapenya ndio yanaingia kwa mji. Pia ningeomba serikali iende ijaribu kuziba hiyo barabara ya maji ambayo inapitisha saa zote maji kutoka kwa mto inaingia eneo la ziwani, Bakuyu mpaka Garissa. Kwa hivyo mimi naomba tunaposimama hapa tukizungumza tuwe tunachangia kutafuta suluhu, lakini si malumbano. Bwana Speaker.
Very well. Honorable members, the time now is 7. I wish to convey my personal condolences to the people of West Pokot. And for those who are suffering, may the Lord find some peace for them. And honorable members, you have a good night, and see you tomorrow. Honorable members, the time being 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned till Wednesday, 27th November 2019 at 9:30 a.m.